dignitaries, speakers, architects, designers, academicians, students, and friends. I'm Juhi Kedia Dhaka, an interior designer by profession and a proud member of Laghu Udyog Bharti, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to Day 2 of the Jaipur Architecture Festival. The Jaipur Architecture Festival is organized by Laghu Udyog Bharti in association with RICO and the Center of Development of Stones with the Indian Institute of Architects, Rajasthan chapter as the knowledge partner. After the successful inaugural day, Day 2 continues the dialogue with a sharper focus on learning, reflection, and application. Today's program builds on the foundation set on Day 1, taking the conversations forward through Master Speak session and focused discussions on vernacular architecture and timeless relevance of local stone. Yesterday, we were honored by the address of Srimati Diya Kumari ji, followed by an insightful keynote by architect Dean De Cruz and the 13th All India Architecture Awards, all of which were conducted with great enthusiasm and marked a great success. We now proceed with the much-awaited Master Speak session by architect Jitendra Mehta, a renowned architect and vice chairman of IIA. To felicitate architect Jitendra Mehta, may I please call upon stage the curator of JAF, architect Tushar Sugani ji. Can we have a huge round of applause for architect Jitendra Mehta, please? Architect Jitendra Mehta is the vice president of IIA and governing board member of the Green Building Council, Indian Green Building Council. He's the managing director of Mehta and Associates, a trailblazer in the Indian architecture and urban planning. A visionary leader with an eye for innovation, he has spearheaded transformative projects that redefine contemporary design and sustainable development. As a distinguished architect, urbanist with over 3 decades of experience, he has led over 2,000 projects across India, including residential, commercial, and public spaces, receiving numerous accolades such as IIA Excellence in Architecture Award, JK Architect of the Year, HUDCO, and multiple Indian Building Congress Awards. His firm, based at Indore, is also a winner of 6 Smart City proposal and has shaped the urban landscape in several Indian cities and with notable projects. Thank you. Over to you, Jitendra.
Am I audible? So, it is always a moment of great honor and pleasure, particularly speaking in one of the facilities in which I was connected as a consultant on behalf of RICO. And it's a great moment to see the fantastic venue, how it has turned down, which I have seen during the construction days. So thank you, RICO, thank you, SIDOS, thank you, Laghu Udyog Bharti, for inviting me and the entire IA Council and to be associated with this mega Stonemart, which already is making waves in the country right now. My presentation today is about crafting narratives, designing tomorrow. I come from Indore. Indore is the cleanest city of the country, and my practice evolves from Indore. And based at Indore, we have dealt across several projects, and I'm very happy to share all these things. Before I start, the guiding principle of my practice was Sir Patrick Geddes, with a very famous quote of him, "But a city is more than a place in space, it is a drama in time." Why Sir Patrick Geddes? Because in 1918, Sir Patrick Geddes made the development plan for Indore. He was invited by the Darbar of Indore, Holkars, and in 1918 he stayed in Indore for 2.5 years, and he made a fantastic development plan, which is also a recorded document with almost 1,000 copies were printed at that time, and 492 pages. and it was published in 2 volumes. So that document is there, and I will be sharing it to IIT Rajasthan chapter also, because they are coming up with a fantastic building. So today morning I got the idea. Once I go back, I will conserve the entire document and will send it to IIT Rajasthan chapter. So a very famous Gadesian triad. What was that? A very simple analogy of 3 terms. It was place, work, and folk. Probably these 3 were the guiding principle of this famous Gadesian triad, and a lot of his works, Sir Patrick Geddes' work, whether it was Bangalore, Baroda, has this ideology reflected in that. So I've tried to connect my presentation and projects based on these 3 principles of Gadesian triad. The first one is place. So understanding Indore. This is the sketch from Sir Patrick Geddes' Development Plan 1918. And prior to it, we understand Indore. 1907, Indore power loom were introduced to Indore. In 1912, Indore becomes the Manchester of India. In 1912, this master plan got started, published in 1918. These are some of the sketches of Sir Patrick Geddes. And one of the photographs which I got from the archives, it was this. Every city has this type of a street, bazaar, and this is the Sarafa Bazaar street of Indore. When we see this Sarafa Bazaar street, the first thought which came to my mind is it was a perfect example laid in 1920 about transit-oriented development, TOD. What we are talking today in 2025. People are having their work and business establishments on the ground floor. On the first and second floor, they are staying. What a fantastic way to commute from work to place to their residences. So, in my opinion, it was the first example of TOD reflected in so many cities of the country. Now, I've tried to compile the urban sprawl and evaluation. What you can see on the right is the year and how Indore grew. So we will see how the city started growing from the central core, getting into the other areas. Slowly some peri-urban areas were added to the city, and with the peri-urban areas being added comes a lot of challenges. Challenges which reflects population. India, of course, is the largest population in the world, 150 crore people, and so was the peri-urban areas, how they got dilapidated, how it was stressed, and some of the projects we tried to find solution to that. So this was 2011, the development plan, the last development plan, and that is how we see the. So then I made my studies, what is going to be the perfect model for Indore. So we compared Atlanta, we compared Barcelona, and where is Indore placed in this context? Population almost same, but see the urban sprawl area of Atlanta, 4,280 square kilometers. Barcelona, the smartest of them, with a 162 square kilometer area, they are catering to the same population. And Indore, 525 square kilometer area. So this pressure of the newly added peri-urban areas and how to negotiate those areas in terms of planning and urban design. So probably at that time, This is a comparison. This was the mixed use development or the TOD of 100 years back and what now it has been proposed. This was the first project. We did a master planning for a very ambitious project some 10 years back. It was Super Corridor Indore. It was designed on the principles of TOD. So what we see is the TOD, which was supposed to connect the airport from the new CBD of Indore. And of course, the 3D principles of TOD, density, diversity, and design innovation, were adopted. And it was a perfect example of a D, wherein the workplaces were supported by the public transport. And as gradually you go back, there were residential places so that the commute timing between the residential places and the workplaces has to be on a much reduced level. So this was the master plan which we draw for Super Corridor. It was total length of around 9.58 kilometers. And the entire area of master planning was 830 hectares. And we have a mandatory 10% green, but we were able to achieve 12.2% of green. And it was a principle based on the nodes formation were there and supported by MRT in between. And this is how the node spatial hierarchy is there. And this is how various different functional requirements of that particular area, which is going to serve nearly a population of a small town, was there. So this is 264, and it was supposed to be there for around 1.55 lakhs population. This entire master plan was supposed to serve. And there has to be almost a working population of 7.25 lakhs. This is how the corridor was imagined, with the central nodes connecting, MRT in between. This is how is the real picture now taking shape. This is how the entire areas are there, some litigations, but the entire plan was done on land pooling. And government didn't invested any other thing, and it's not a single rupee, but it was a land pooling model in which the land was acquired. We can see it is connecting the core CBD to the airport. What we see on the left-hand side is the airport. This is the corridor. The concept was several piazzas, medical hub, sports facilities, and all features so that it comes like a smart new township for Indore. Soon after we completed, right now we are working on a continuation of this super corridor. Now it is extended. Why I'm telling you? Because economic activities. And today we are there on a program of Lagu Bharti, which promotes MSMEs, which are small and medium scale enterprises. So probably Indore also, a tier 3 city, required that probably we need to have our own strong system of MSMEs and how we can basically benefit the smaller players in the market and boost the Indian economy. So this is a new project what we are doing. It is an economic corridor. And this economic corridor, what you can see on the topmost is the super corridor, which is connecting, and now it is an extension of this economic corridor to the biggest industrial area of central India, that is Pithampur. I think there is a movie which is going to give a lot of details about it.
भारत के हृदय में स्थित मध्य प्रदेश अपनी निवेशक अनुकूल नीतियों, सतत विकास एवं नवाचार के चलते देश के अग्रणी राज्यों की सूची में प्रमुखता से उभरा है। मध्य प्रदेश की आर्थिक राजधानी इंदौर व्यापार, उद्योग एवं संस्कृति का एक महत्वपूर्ण केंद्र है, जो अपनी समृद्ध सांस्कृतिक विरासत, आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और तेजी से विकसित होती अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए प्रसिद्ध है। शहर की रणनीतिक स्थिति एवं उत्कृष्ट कनेक्टिविटी इसे व्यापार एवं वाणिज्य के लिए एक आकर्षक गंतव्य बनाते हैं। इंदौर से लगभग 30 किलोमीटर दूर स्थित पीथमपुर मध्य प्रदेश का एक प्रमुख औद्योगिक केंद्र है, जो अपनी विशाल औद्योगिक इकाइयों एवं रोजगार के अवसरों के लिए जाना जाता है। लगभग 150 वर्ग किलोमीटर में वैले पीथमपुर निवेश क्षेत्र में 1200 से अधिक औद्योगिक इकाइयां स्थापित हैं, जो लगभग 2 लाख लोगों को प्रत्यक्ष रूप से रोजगार मुहैया कराती है। इंदौर पीथमपुर इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर परियोजना की परिकल्पना लगभग 1300 हेक्टेयर भूमि पर उक्त दोनों निवेश गंतव्यों के बीच लगभग 20 किलोमीटर के ग्रीनफील्ड कॉरिडोर के रूप में की गई है, जिसे 75 मीटर रोड के दोनों ओर 300 मीटर क्षेत्र में विकसित किया जाएगा। ये परियोजना इंदौर जिले के 17 गांवों से गुजरेगी। एवं राष्ट्रीय राजमार्गों, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई अड्डे, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कार्गो टर्मिनल, ड्राई पोर्ट एवं रेलवे लाइन से सीधी कनेक्टिविटी प्रदान करेगी। ये परियोजना योजनाबद्ध विकास के रूप में बनाई गई है, जिसमें वाणिज्यिक, मिश्रित, आवासीय और औद्योगिक उपयोग श्रेणियों के तहत विभिन्न आकारों के भूखंडों के अलावा विभिन्न सेवाएं और सुविधाएं प्रस्तावित की गई हैं। इस परियोजना का मुख्य उद्देश्य एक मजबूत आर्थिक आधार बनाना है, जो विश्व स्तर पर प्रतिस्पर्धी वातावरण और अत्याधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रदान करेगा, जो अंततः स्थानीय वाणिज्य एवं निवेश को बढ़ाएगा और क्षेत्र में सतत विकास प्रदान करेगा। इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर की परिकल्पना 3 अवधारणाओं पर आधारित है: ट्रांजिट ओरिएंटेड डेवलपमेंट, ग्रीन अर्बनिज्म एवं इंक्लूसिव प्लानिंग। प्रस्तावित विकास की कल्पना स्मार्ट सिटी के समतुल्य सभी आधुनिक सुविधाओं के साथ स्मार्ट कॉरिडोर के रूप में की गई है, जिसमें स्मार्ट सड़कें, स्काडा सिस्टम से लैस 24 घंटे जल एवं विद्युत वितरण, सीवरेज, ड्रेनेज, स्मार्ट वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के अलावा 24 घंटे सीसीटीवी निगरानी, यूटिलिटी डक्टिंग, जिसमें गैस, टेलीकम्युनिकेशन, ऑप्टिकल फाइबर, स्मार्ट बस स्टॉप, सार्वजनिक वाईफाई इत्यादि सुविधाएं प्रस्तावित की गई हैं। निवेशों को आकर्षित करने एवं विकास को गति देने हेतु MPIDC द्वारा कुछ एंकर परियोजनाओं को विकसित करने की पहल की गई है। इनमें इंडोर स्पोर्ट्स कॉम्प्लेक्स एवं स्पोर्ट्स एकेडमी, आर्ट एंड कल्चरल सेंटर, अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग, सिटी फॉरेस्ट एवं रीजनल पार्क, वाटर फ्रंट डेवलपमेंट, एरो सिटी और फिनटेक सिटी शामिल है। साथ ही MPIDC एक सिग्नेचर टावर भी विकसित करेगा, जो स्टार्टअप और इनोवेटर्स के लिए ऑफिस एवं कोवर्किंग स्पेसेस प्रदान करेगा। पूर्ण विकसित होने पर इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर IT एवं ITES के लिए उपयुक्त लगभग 4 करोड़ वर्ग फुट निर्मित वाणिज्यिक स्थल, लगभग 5 लाख प्रत्यक्ष रोजगार एवं लगभग 1.5 लाख लोगों को आवास प्रदान करेगा, जिनमें अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग, रेंटल हाउसिंग, श्रमिक आवास, वर्किंग विमेन हॉस्टल, ओल्ड एज होम्स इत्यादि प्रस्तावित है। निजी भूमि का अधिग्रहण MPIDC की लैंड पूलिंग नीति 2019 और मध्य प्रदेश निवेश क्षेत्र विकास एवं प्रबंधन अधिनियम 2013 के आधार पर किया जाएगा, जिसमें भूस्वामियों से अधिग्रहित भूमियों के मुआवजे के रूप में विकसित भूखंड दिए जाएंगे। इस योजना से MPIDC को बिना किसी वित्तीय बोझ के विकास कार्यों के लिए निजी भूमि मिल सकेगी, जबकि भूस्वामियों को विश्व स्तरीय इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और उन्नत भूमि मूल्यों के साथ विकसित भूखंड मिल सकेंगे। इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर एक स्मार्ट, सस्टेनेबल एवं जीवंत निवेश गंतव्य बनकर राज्य के गौरवशाली भविष्य का मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगा।
Now, coming to the Gadesian triad, second principle, that was work. And always believed that Gadesian triad was one of the most effective tool for realization of future growth of cities, most of the Indian cities. So how the project, the master plans are getting realized. So this was 2021 when we got this project. This project was the first startup park complex for Indore, for the country rather. And the startup is meant to promote MSMEs and small and medium scale IT players who want a space of 500 square feet, 1000 square feet, and a startup, as told by our Honorable Prime Minister also, is something to watch upon for the future growth of India.
लेकिन आज 8 वर्ष के इस छोटे से कालखंड में भारत में स्टार्टअप की दुनिया ही बदल चुकी है। आज हमारे देश में करीब 70,000 रिकॉग्नाइज्ड स्टार्टअप्स हैं। आज भारत में दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है। हम दुनिया के सबसे बड़े यूनिकॉर्न हब्स में भी एक ताकत के रूप में उभर रहे हैं। आज मध्य प्रदेश में स्टार्टअप पोर्टल और आई हब इंदौर का शुभारंभ हुआ है।
So this was when the project got its Bhumi Pujan. And this is the project which was aimed to add new urban skylines for Indore and probably a new Pehchan also. So what you can see is the super corridor which I've shown you as the first project, and the red area which you see on the top is the site for this startup park complex, which is the first startup park in the entire country. So the area was approximately 8.20 hectare, and based on that there were some zoning done, and the master plan was so created that it caters a convention center, hotel, then multi-level car parks, then a startup park, then IT building with a shopping mall, and it is also well connected with the upcoming metro station. Of course, students are there to, I just put on this slide, but we still follow the process of design, how we have to create and achieve the massing. So this was the final massing with all the towers. This is how the circulation was there, a pedestrian-friendly campus. This is how the courts were planned and the floor plates, which were huge, which can be further divided to a scale of 500 square feet also. This is how there were 3 basements with ample parking spaces and a dedicated parking tower as well. And this is how the project looks like. This is the bird's eye view in which the entire facility is connected at the top level podium, which also becomes a recreational space for the startup users. A walkthrough showing the entire building, this thing. This is one of the project which is very close to my heart. And each of my project, there has been certain inspirations by Sir Patrick Geddes, and it was the third Gadesian triad principle, which is folk. So we designed Indian Institute of Management in Indore. It was my honor to meet the president at that time who visited the campus, and he wanted to see IIM Indore is the largest IIM, is the biggest IIM in the entire country. So this was the facade which was inspired by the Mandu Jahaz Mahal, which is in close proximity to this site, maybe some 60 kilometers. Based on that, we came up with a master plan. And this is a 200-acre of site, and it is a very eco-sensitive site. There were huge trees, large trees, and probably we thought, let us be minimalistic in our approaches, how we can create a good community life inside this campus. This is how the entire academic area, this is how the facade looks like. And this you can see. Maybe the roads are even lesser than the standards because there is such a wonderful existing flora and fauna which actually enhances and makes a complete integration of architecture and landscape. This is how we created. A lot of trees were conserved in this process. There were a lot of changes which were made so that we accommodate all the existing trees and no tree, most of the trees were retained. This is the connecting passage which goes outside. Of course, CEDOs will be happy to see the stone cladding as well. This is how the central lawns were created, where most of the programs are done, some big event spaces. On the top, you can see the landscape, how the trees were there and all these were existing. So whatever place we were having, we tried to create a master plan and fitting the buildings over there so that it gels with the entire environment. Courtyards. These are the classrooms. These are the various hostel buildings with the stone grate plaster. This is how the hostels are there. And as a sports lover, I want to utilize each and every space. So this is my favorite space in which most of the time the students, despite of their hectic schedule, they enjoy those spaces. It has been my passion in such type of, while designing education institutes, that we need to have breakout spaces. We need to have spaces where, being a residential campus, a student can enjoy its community life. And this is how we created, because it is a hill of 200 acres, almost with a slope of around 40 meters. So the landscape was also taken inside the building. This is how the view comes from the indoor sports complex, which has a Olympic-sized pool. I am a bit very minimalistic as far as the interiors are also concerned. Whatever is built should be reflected in the building. And there are several programs which keep on happening in such event spaces. And this is how the students, those who are living in the campus, they use such type of informal spaces created in this campus. This is the lowermost contour where we created an artificial lake and the entire rainwater is collected over there, which also becomes like a natural stormwater. These are some of the pics of the green landscape. This is how Diwali is celebrated in those courtyards and community spaces which are amidst the buildings. Holi is celebrated in that. And the minimalistic roads along with the natural landscape, it becomes a big jogging track where a person can almost run for 5 kilometers. Students have their own way of interpretation of architecture, which is very interesting at times. This is another project which we got 2 national awards on this. And while designing this project, we scroll across that 1918 development plan made by Sir Patrick Geddes, and I saw this thing about this land. In 1910, this was the place, this is photograph. While prior designing this project, we appealed to, there was a news given in the leading newspaper, and we asked everybody to please share some photographs about this project, if somebody has it. So someone from UK, who has now shifted to UK, sent this photograph where a family is in the boat in 1910. And this was the situation when we started working on this project in 2003. The entire lake, which was once upon a time a very beautiful lake, was hub of all the antisocial activities. A lot of migrating birds used to visit this place. This was the condition of that lake when the work was just started, or maybe soil testing was done. So we studied the site hydrology, how we can rejuvenate the water. We also studied the existing vegetation, flora and fauna, what existed over there, and what type of birds are migrating, what was the natural landscape, and how we can preserve it. And respecting with all these natural aspects, we created a master plan, and keeping that 1910 photograph in mind, how families can be brought back to this place which belonged to them. This is the situation which shows a hierarchy, how the lake was in 2006. I'll show you the photographs as well. So with a very minimalistic approach we created, people started using this facility, which was like a regional park. Some connections were made, and with all the best of the trees and everything retained. So a lot of sculptures were placed by the local artist. And this is something very interesting, amphitheater where local artists are performing, and they are also getting their jobs and revenues through such type of performances. Some bridges were done with little bit of drama just to make some excitement for the visitors. This is students, now there are picked, and this is the photograph I love because I told tourism department if they can run a boat after the conservation of this lake, and they made this boat, and it's a small cruise type of boat where a lot of people are coming. And this was responses on the weekends because it was a long felt need of the city of Indore. And this was before, this is now, at present. This is the bird's eye view of that entire photograph, which how the water is there and how the landscapes are there. So this was something, and it is one of the project because we have time. Are we on schedule? Okay. So there was always a concern, and we thought that probably the land, most of the government lands, which are in the heart of the city, probably they are dilapidated. And we attempted and we made a redevelopment policy in which we are trying to address, these are the buildings, and we are trying to address this without, on a PPP model, how we can basically create a better master plan and give them new housing. So this is on the vertical growth. Maybe it is almost a project in Bhopal by Housing Board. So I think this is the last walkthrough. This is a smart city area and this is our site. And what we did was, again, ensuring the connectivity and the TOD concept. The FAR earlier utilized was hardly anything. So this is how we tried to create a modern township, giving back the dilapidated house owners new houses and creating some commercial revenues, some towers where we can create some commercial revenues as well. There is a Nala which was restored. And some commercial. Modern clubhouse. Thank you. Before I leave, on this continuing the same theme of urban planning and the Gadesian triad, most of the Indian cities, they face problem of the semi-urban areas, peri-urban areas, newly added. So maybe I'll just request for 5 minutes more. And I will request, in fact, Honorable President, sir, to join me on the stage, please. Tushar, please come. So this is something as official on behalf of IAA that the entire council, all the council members who are sitting over here, we won the bid for UIA. UIA is a mega program event which will be in the year 2027 and it will be in the city of Mumbai. So I'll request to play this video, please.
India, a land where the past breathes in stone. From timeless temples reaching skyward like prayers, to the silent fortresses of the desert where history settles like dust. Our monuments do not stand still. They breathe, they whisper. We build with the wisdom of the mountains, the quiet strength of the forest, and the rhythm of the rivers. Our cities unfold like ancient scrolls, each street a line of poetry. Each building a stanza in an endless epic. And today, as we build upwards, we do not forget to look back. This is India, where the architecture of renewal is not just a vision, but a promise. Indian cities are not simply created. They are designed to hold the stories of a billion lives. Today, India's cities are changing at a pace the world has never seen before. With nearly 500 million people expected to live in urban areas by 2030, we face challenges and opportunities on a scale few can imagine. How do we grow while holding on to our soul? How do we modernize without erasing what makes each place unique? The answer is simple: urban regeneration. Because it's not just about new buildings, but giving life back to spaces. Not just development, but also renewal. We are creating cities where the past and the future walk hand in hand. From restoration of ancient towns to adaptation of historic buildings, to the creation of public spaces that invite people to gather and connect. All of it built with one core principle: sustainability. And the perfect example is our host city for this event. Here, history lives in the quiet lanes, while skyscrapers rise like promises against the sky. Where colonial facades stand shoulder to shoulder with glass towers. This is the city of dreams, culinary delights, art, culture, festivals, and more. Mumbai is not just a backdrop. It's an experience that invites you to immerse yourself in the vibrant chaos of city life. And the experience of a venue that redefines culture. The Geo World Convention Center stands as a testament to what is possible when vision meets innovation. One of India's largest convention centers, this state-of-the-art LEED Platinum certified facility is not merely a venue. It is a beacon of collaboration, combining expansive spaces, flexible meeting rooms, and cutting-edge technology, designed to foster conversations that transcend borders. Here, architects, urban planners, and thought leaders can gather in a dynamic environment that fosters collaboration and inspires action. Strategically located, making it the ideal gateway for global gathering. Here, events don't just happen, they come to life. India invites you here to drive urban transformation together by hosting the 2027 UIA International Forum. We hope to share these efforts with the world. To learn, to teach, to grow together, to open a conversation. Because urban regeneration is not just India's challenge, it is a global challenge. And as we look to the future, India welcomes the world to gather here. We invite you to walk with us. As we build stories and stories.
Amazing. This was truly breathtaking. Thank you, sir.
Am I audible? Yeah. I will request Devatoshi also to please join me on the stage. And I'll request President sir to invite all the people present here for this mega event. President sir.
Good morning, everyone. Today, at this architectural festival at Jaipur, we are shown now this UIA presentation. I would like everyone to join us for the UIA in 2027 in Mumbai. I welcome you all. Please come over there. It is going to be a grand success, and it's our dream. The first time we are bringing this UIA to India. So I welcome everyone to please come and give us opportunity to visit this Mumbai and our UIA also. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Tushar sir and Jitendra sir, we would like you to please stay on the stage. We would like to acknowledge our speaker again. Can we have a huge round of applause for architect Jitendra Mehta? Thank you, sir, for sharing such an informative presentation. Thank you so much. Next, we'll move forward with inviting our next master speaker on stage, who needs no introduction, Professor Dr. Jiang Wu, urban planner and the first-class National Registered Architect of China, former Executive Vice President of Tongji University in 2029 to 2022. He is now a Director of Elaborated Urban Governance of Tongji, the Dean of UNEP Tongji Institute of Environment and Sustainable Development, and the Director of the Key Lab of Urban Regeneration of Shanghai. He's the member of the Academy of Architecture of France, Honorable Fellow of AIA Architects Institute of America, Vice Chairman of the Urban Planning Society of China, and Chairman of Shanghai Urban Planning Society, and the Chairman of the Institute of Architectural Education of ASC, Architecture Society of China. He's currently the president of Arc Asia. He's also the chief editor of Architecture Asia, the chairman of the editorial committee, Tongji University, member of the editorial board, Tsinghua University, Tongji University, and Shanghai University. From 2023 to 2029, Wu was the Deputy Director General of Shanghai Municipal Urban Planning Administration Bureau. He has been a visiting scholar in the University of Hong Kong from 1993 to 1994, and the senior visiting scholar in the GSD of Harvard University, 1996 to 1997. In the past 20 years, Wu has published more than 10 books and more than 100 articles in the research fields. In 2021, Wu was honored with the Chevalier Order of Art and Literature by French government. We are honored to have you, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause for architect Jiang Wu? Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for your invitation. It's my honor here to give this talk. My presentation is not so academic, just try to introduce you very few Chinese distinguished architects contemporarily. So I select 9 of them who are the most active architects in nowadays China. The first one, architect Wang Shu. He was the first Chinese Pritzker Prize winner in 2012. And his attention is mostly focused on to try to use the traditional material, traditional decoration, particularly used materials like bricks, tiles, wood, to create a new image. So that's his very creative design. This one was a museum in one of the cities in China called Ningbo, the Ningbo Museum, which caused his winning of the Pritzker Prize. That's the building of them. So you can see all the form of the building, more like new things, but all the materials, particularly the decoration outside, use the used bricks and tiles to tell you the how connection between modern architecture and history. Okay, here's another project. It's a university campus. He's once again tried to use not only the materials, but also the image of the traditional historical Chinese building into a new, total modern university campus. Actually, this university is a fine arts college. So you can see all these surroundings with a very natural environment. He tried to create a very modern structures and the uses of the spaces with somehow image of the traditional Chinese architecture. And this one is a very new one, just complete last year. It's a very large museum called Museum of Editions. Museum of Editions means China has the central, China tried to build the four museums in different places called the Museum of Editions, tried to collect the publications since 1,000 years ago. So this is in Hangzhou, one of the most beautiful cities in China. And he tries to also use a very traditional materials, like the green one. It's a traditional Chinese portrait, normally used as a dish or the cooking stuffs. But now he tried once again to make it as a building material. And also lots of the wooden timber structures try to give you also image how to reflect the traditional Chinese structure totally into the new technology. Of course, this one, you look is a very new, modern structure, but with somehow image of the traditional Chinese architecture. And not only building, but also the environment between buildings in this complex. You can see all this more like traditional gardens. And he's not only put his attention on the design of the big public buildings, but also the normal, ordinary residential buildings. This was used to be an old village. He tries to create some new image. Also, combine the modern image into the traditional form of the buildings to the farmers. So this is a little bit far away from center city, in the suburb of the city. Same city he's living in Hangzhou. So this is the first I would like to introduce you. And the second one is also the second Pritzker winner in China just last year. And his attention is more focused on create a new public life instead of just a formal and a spatial creation. He supposed architecture is not only a form and a space, but also make the people live in. So his idea is very similar to the 70, 80 years ago when Le Corbusier built his Marseille apartment in France. But that one, even nowadays, is very difficult to use. Nobody uses that. But this one is just finished a few years, but already all use occupied. The people like it, not only live inside, but also have all the activities, including the shopping, sports, cultural activities. So nowadays, it's become a very popular place. Not only the people live inside, but also people from outside always come here to visit there to see how the architects create very complex functions together. So this one is also got the Pritzker Prize. That is the west window of China, called Sichuan, Chengdu. And his another work is also a museum. It's a museum to show the manufacture of the former, producing the wine, the Chinese traditional wine. Now there's no more manufacturing anymore, but he tried to make the existing old space with a new renovation to be a museum, to show the people how the traditionally people to produce the Chinese wine. And this one, architect Yan Ma, his work is not only in China, but also in the United States. He has his firm in China, both in China and America. This one is in China, in North China, is a theater. So he tried to use not only in terms of form, but also in terms of design. It used lots of the digital design way to build this very circularized form of the building. Not only outside, but also inside. By the way, he has been working with architect Zaha Hadid for many years. Yeah. And he's also trying to involved in the so-called urban regeneration. This one is in Beijing. The Beijing has a very traditional, lots of the courtyards, and he wants to create something new, very new, but he doesn't want to destroy the existing courtyards, so he built something on the roof of the courtyards, let the people on the roof can see all the historical fabric. This is the kindergarten, and his idea is let the children, let the kids to understand what nowadays modernized and what the traditional courtyards looks like. So it's very contract, right? And not only the small buildings, but also the big towers, office buildings. He called that Twin Towers the Marine Row. And not only in China, but also his practice in the United States. This one is in Denver to try to create apartment building for the local residents. And he's trying to make the public spaces, like the people who live in the building, to use all these gardens all the day. Okay, and from him, architect Liu, I would like to introduce some younger generation architects, 6 of them. All of them used to be my student. Architect Liu, he built a museum just 10 years ago in Shanghai. The first project in Shanghai used plain concrete. His design is very delicate because he tried to embed all the pipelines during the concrete pouring. So you can see all the facilities hidden before the construction, before the complete construction. And outside, it looks like that. Actually, this side used to be a dock for the coal transportation, and he tried to keep some of the existing structure to call the people remind the history. But this history built 100 years ago, of course, at the time already used concrete. So nowadays he used a totally new modern concrete just to, compare with the existing concrete 100 years ago. So one is a very early concrete in industrialized era, and this one is a very modern. And this is also the first one to design a totally, completely plain concrete in China. No decoration, no outside decoration, no side interior decoration, no finish. All the finish is concrete itself. And this one, he tried to use more digital design to create a new temple. This is a Buddha's temple, very simple space with the glass, very transparent to the nature. Try to reflect the idea and the concept of Buddhist. Okay, this is another one, architect Feng Yuan. Now he is the dean of my school. just last week, got the position. And his design is more use the digital way to not only use the concept of the parametrics, but also use the automatic builder, I mean the rubber, to make the prefabric before and then plug together. So you can see this is a public center. And he made not only construction itself, but also the model before. Use the computer to do that, and then totally use the CNC technology to implicate to the real scale structure. And he did a lot of the, digital parametric design, also with the machine to build. Now, of course, the artificial intelligence developed very fast. So this machine also developed very fast. By the way, in my university, we have one of the first set of this machine in the world. That's about 20 years ago. And also, this is my university college building. He built this printed bridge, and not only it just looks like, but also have a very heavy, load for so many people stand at. It's a very small structure. It's a very light structure. The very economically speaking, to save a lot of materials to do that. It's used very light material and structure. And he used the same idea to show his pavilion in the Venice Biennale last year. And architect John, he's focused mostly on the urban regeneration, and he has done a lot of the project in Shanghai, which normally became more and more negative spaces, like the used factories or the old living quarters, so on. And he trying to make some new creation into that. For instance, this building used to be a factory house. And when the urban planning decided to move this factory out and build a new road just along the river, and he suggests to keep the structure. Don't demolish, but partially, of course, demolish, but the major structure is keep that, and then make the roads just cross the building under the roof, and then make this building as a new public center. So this is a very good idea to deal with the problem of the urban regeneration. And he has done a lot of the projects. This one is 16 years ago when Shanghai has the World Expo in 2010. This is one of the old used power station. And he decided to preserve this power station, but renovate as a new art gallery. This one become the very world famous contemporary art center now, the inside and outside. He kept all the structures and even all the forms, no matter outside and inside space, but become a very popular and active art showing exhibition center. And not only the buildings, individual buildings, but also the environment. He tries to keep, because this is one of the largest river of Shanghai, and the waterfront used to be a very industrial zones, lots of factories and warehouses, nobody touched it. But now the government take 20 years, move all the factory outside, make the waterfront totally, entirely to be renovated as a public space. And he tries to keep all the old structures, all these facilities to be, of course, no more service as the industry, but as kind of symbolic facility for the public space. And this one is a younger student of mine, architect Zhu. He tried to, deal with the problem with the existing environment. For instance, this one is a building he called the building between trees, or building in the trees. So you can see he kept all the existing trees, but built a building between trees and even on the trees. Yeah, you can see the interior and the outside and the structure and the form, like, the building grows up naturally inside of the forest. So this is his idea. And he has a lot of projects to think about how to deal with the existing environment, but to add something new inside of the old environment. For instance, this one used to be an old airport. So this is a runway. So keep the runway, give the people the imagine, the former runway of the airport. So use a lot of linear ways to build not only buildings but also landscape. Remind the people to remember this used to be a runway of the airport. And this is a bridge done by him. He tried to also not only deal with the relationship in terms of the form and the structure with the nature, but also, the image, how to make his building as light as possible to deal with or to reduce the contrast between his new building and existing environment. So this one is a walking bridge, very light. And architect Zhuang is also based in Shanghai. His work is mostly want to, renew the existing environment to be a new, active, or we use the word is revitalized the urban area. For instance, this one, his work also led him to got the Acacia Award, gold medal. The space used to be a very negative space. It's a corner of the existing living quarter. Nobody never walk inside. But he tried to make this negative space to be a positive space. Use a very, very simple way. Just simply build a square corridor with roof, very simple roof. Then the people liked it so much. Every day, the flow of people not only even attract the people living inside, but also attract people from outside. And his work also, like Mr. Zhang I mentioned before, use existing factory house to renovate as a new facility for the city. This is a very large exhibition center, but use the existing industrial facility. Okay, this one is once again called Mr. Zhang. And he tried to create more, new structures, new buildings exactly in the existing surrounding. For instance, this one is a complex center for the culture and the community service and the markets. So he tried to create a very complex community center inside the high-rise residential buildings. You can see the people like it so much, and he also not only created space, but also you introduce some new technology like the plain concrete and the steel structure. And this one is I proud very much. That's his work built 25 years ago. It's the building of my college, School of Architecture in Tongji University. And at that time, he was only less than 30 years old, only 25, 26 years old, just graduate. And through the competition in my university, we have lots of the senior professors. Even I was not senior enough that time, we have that. But finally, the youngest people won the competition, and then they built the building. And this building creates a very new space for architectural education. Yeah, this is our building. Inside, he creates not only a totally new image of on the campus, but also create a very, very creative interior space inside. Because for instance, this staircase just all the way directly to the top is a 8 stories high building. But he tried to make every floor, he make a lot of the bridges connected both sides. One side is studio space, the other side is faculty space. So they try to make bridge connect the faculty office to the design studio. So make the students easily to meet the professors on the bridge. So bridge become a communication place. And that's the entrance of the building. So finally, I would like to say in China, this is just a few of the architects. Now we have over 50,000 first-class registered architects in China. And of course, a few of them are very distinguished, but more important is now, every year we have over 30,000 new graduates from School of Architecture. So how will they be facing the new challenge? The new challenge from the technology development, the challenge from the more social response, the challenge from more concern of the natural environment sustainability. So all this new challenge, I think, give our younger generation architects in China, but also as well as the world, new thinking about architecture itself. So that's my presentation. Just want to show you our Chinese young generation architects, where it's doing now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for such an insightful presentation and acknowledging all the young architects. May I request architect Tushar Sagani to join us on the stage to acknowledge our speaker. Can we have a huge round of applause for architect Wu Jiang, please?
I kept exactly 20 minutes. Once again. Good. Thank you. Thank you. Once again. Yeah. Thank you. Oh.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Tushar sir, we'd like you to stay on the stage with us, please. We would like to take a moment to acknowledge the associations that have supported and strengthened Jaipur Architecture Festival. We will now proceed with the felicitation of managing committee members of these esteemed associations. Can we please have on stage the chairman of Indian Institute of Interior Designers, Jaipur chapter, Architect Kshitij Manu. Can we have a huge round of applause for sir? Along with him, may I please invite Ms. Shikha Singh, the Honorable Joint Secretary, IIID Jaipur Chapter, Architect Sunil Jain, the Managing Committee Member, Mr. Anshul Modi, the Treasurer, IIID Jaipur Chapter, Anupama Rana, Managing Committee Member, and myself, Juhi Kedia, the Joint Secretary of IIID Jaipur. Next, I would like to invite architect Himanshu Taneja, the chairperson from ISOLA, Rajasthan chapter, Indian Society of Landscape Architects. Thank you for being here, Himanshu. Can we please have you on the stage? Can we have a huge round of applause for Team ISOLA? Along with Himanshu, we have architect Bineet Chajer, Honorable Secretary, ISOLA, Rajasthan. We thank all the organizations for their unstinted support every time we organize something. We also have the president of Wiki Architecture Council Rajasthan, architect Rekha Nimani ji with us. So can we have a huge round of applause for Team Wiki? Along with her, we have architect Aditi Taneja, the executive council member. May we please have you on the stage as well? Thank you, Team Wiki, for being here and supporting us. We will now move forward with the much-awaited panel discussion on the theme, Reinventing Local Stone with Modern Construction Technologies. To moderate this insightful session, I would now like to introduce our JAF curator, architect Tushar Sugani ji. As we all know that he has remarkable positions in varied organizations, I would like to introduce architect Tushar Sugani's professional experience to all of you, a pioneer and a trendsetter in modern high-rise development for not just only commercial spaces, but several innovative residential buildings with currently more than 75 million square feet of area under progress. At numerous sites, he continues to offer a design consultancy to several major developers, builders, institutes, hoteliers, and other key real estate players across the country. He has several green buildings to his credit as well, which are not just energy efficient, but also sustainable to the local environment as well. He has been conferred several awards recognizing the volume of his professional works. To name a few, he has been awarded as Architect of the Year award given by former President of India, Honorable Shri Ramnath Kovindji, by JK Cement, Most Promising Emerging Architects by CREDAI, Best Sustainable Architectural Practice by Dainik Bhaskar, Best High-Rise Building Architect by ZTV Group, Outstanding Concrete Structures and Dream Home Designer by Ultratech Cement, India's top 50 phenomenal architects by Interiors and Decor magazine. Can we have a huge round of applause for architect Tushar Sugani, our moderator, for the upcoming panel. I would just like to request our panelists to kindly come up on the stage as I call upon their name. Architect Wu Jiang, President Arcasia. May we please have you on the stage, sir? Architect Rebecca Gurung, Bhutan. From Bhutan, architect Rebecca Gurung is Bhutan's first woman architect and a pioneer in the country's architectural profession, a graduate from Butte. She joined Bhutan Civil Service in 1991 and later established one of the nation's first architectural consultancy firms. Her notable works include Chief Architect of Shakti Peeth Shiva Mandir, Royal Command Project in 2025, Lead Architect of Sangchen Ugyen Tuglak Monastery, National Advisor for the Gross National Happiness Center. She's currently serving as the Vice President of the Bhutan Institute of Architects and is an active contributor to cultural, spiritual, and social initiatives. Can we have a huge round of applause for Rebecca? Next, we have architect Ishwar Joshi from Nepal. May we please have you on the stage, sir? Architect Ishwar Joshi is a senior urban planning and management specialist with over 35 years of experience across South Asia. His expertise spans master planning and smart city development, integrated urban development and tourism planning, land pooling, municipal finance, and cooperative housing. He has worked with institutions including GTZ, GIZ, GFA Consulting, and the Department of Urban Development, Nepal. Currently, he serves as the President of Society of Nepalese Architects, SONA, President Architect Association of South Asia. He has received several prestigious honors, including the International Iconic Star Award Singapore 2025. We welcome you here, sir. We are so fortunate to have you with us. Can we have a huge round of applause for him as well? Next, we have architect Vilas Vasant Avachat, who's the IIA chairman. May we please have you on the stage, sir? Can we have a huge round of applause for all our panelists? Along with them, last but not the least, we have architect Delimini from Sri Lanka. Architect Delimini Demel is the principal architect of MMC Delimini Demel Architects and a fellow member of the Sri Lanka Institute of Architects. She's a chartered architect with over 25 years of experience in the architecture and project management, recognized for her leadership, professional integrity, and contribution to built environment in Sri Lanka. Thank you so much for gracing the event, Delimini. I'm so sorry. Can we have a huge round of applause for ma'am? She's currently serving as the president of the Sri Lanka Institute of Architects and has been the SLIA council member, holding many office for the past 16 years, playing a pivotal role in shaping architectural policy and professional practice. She represents the architectural community across numerous governmental, private sector bodies, contributing to national level policy decision-making within the construction and developmental sectors. Can we have a huge round of applause for all our panelists? And to felicitate our panelists and our moderator, may I now invite architect Mukul Goyalji on the stage, please.
So thank you, Juhi. And the reason this panel discussion we have curated is because we are really proud that we have come and invited the speakers from different parts of Asia. Architect Wu Jiang from China, Architect Dulumani from Sri Lanka, Architect Regapika from Bhutan, Architect Ishwar from Nepal, and Architect Vilas from India. And we are going to talk something about reinventing local stone with modern construction technologies. Because in the present day era, where we have got a lot of different technologies being given to us as a part of our research, and we were, because in those time, the stone was always a constraint because there was no other materials. So our ancestors, our forefathers used to do construction with the stones. And those stones were natural, and now we have got a lot of different methodology of construction, which varies from building to building, region to region. With different climatic regions, you've got different construction technology. So I think it's a high time when we are actually discussing on the local stone, because this becomes one of our part of the sustainability, that we have to use the local stones. And all of these countries, they are very much rich in their local stones. But sometimes it becomes a challenge that if we are doing glass buildings, if we are doing steel buildings, how that stone, local stone, can be incorporated to the entire built form. So it becomes question sometimes. In that case, we may not be able to prove ourselves as sustainable when there's a lot of abundance of local stone present in that region where that built form is being erected. So I will keep it very short today, because we really wanted to hear from all the panelists and the speakers who have come all the way from different countries. So my first question will be to Professor Wu Zhang. Professor, your evolution of architecture is very close to what is happening in India. Because we used to share the same culture, and many times your country is as big as ours, or rather our country is as big as yours, both in terms of area and population. And the challenge before you and us are the same. So I think my question to you, which will be very contextual, to my people here in my country also. My question to you is, China has successfully combined the advanced digital fabrication with traditional materials. We have seen that, you show that in your presentation also, different architects have worked different ways, So how do you see the CNC fabrication and the parametric design redefining the use of indigenous stone in the large scale or the urban Chinese project today, which you showed in many of the projects? But how do you see it works?
Thank you for your question. Actually, yes, like Tusha mentioned, it's a big challenge because in the past 100 years, the world architecture has been totally changed. It seems for more and more people forget these traditional materials like stone. We use more concrete, we use more steel structure, metal structure, glasses. It seems the tradition is passed away. But actually, because all the traditional materials like stone comes from nature, so it's much easier to deal with the problem, the contrast between the artificial things like building and the existing natural environment. So nowadays, because industrialization, we use more and more industrialized way to deal with new structure, new construction. And now the traditional material like stone more and more become the only decoration instead of the real structure itself. But of course, the people still like it because it gives you closer sense to the nature. And even because of the thousands of years, it's formed the people's sense of aesthetics. We appreciate it, we enjoy that. But of course, if you use that, you have to use the handmade. Costs lots of the time, lots of the labor, lots of the money. But now we use the new technology through the parametric design, for instance, the digital design, and they use the new machine robot to build that. It becomes easier. So make the possibility for us to use again these traditional materials, more natural materials, to new modern architecture. So that's what we are doing. I don't think only in China, but also in the world.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course. I think This is what we need to understand how we should behave in the present day design language and the usage of stone. That's very important for us. Thank you, Professor. Now I'll come to Dilumani. And Dilumani, your country, Sri Lanka. Sri Lankan architecture, and when we see Jeffrey Bawa's, it's a very climatic responsive architecture, your country. We have seen Sri Lanka like this. So my question to you is, how can the modern construction technologies, because we have seen Colombo 7 developing, with the support of China, last year. So how can the modern construction technology enhance the thermal and the environmental performance of the local stone in this tropical climate?
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be with you lovely people in Indian Institute of Architects, and let me take the President Vilas Avachat and very own friend Tushar, architect Tushar. So, actually speaking, Sri Lankan situation, stone is naturally existing environments and all the regions. Most of the regions, this stone is nothing new. From the cave age itself, our people, most of the countries used to use stone without fabricating or doing anything in natural form. And subsequently, they started working with it and molding and turning that into suitable situations where as response to the climate and the environment where they live. And there were many type of, as I said, the regions, there were many type of stones available in Sri Lanka. Some of them granite, limestone, gneiss, laterite. There are so many kinds like that. So they behave in different way. Sri Lanka is a warm, humid country. So these limestone or certain types of stones, they behave in different ways in order to absorb heat during the, especially the laterite, the granite. They absorb heat during the daytime and then release the heat during the night time, making the environment more warmer. So that is a very common thing that we noticed in our region, the thermal mass. How the thermal mass act on these comfort, making the environment more livable. And also the courtyard concepts where the stone effects, stone walls and stone cladding, stone paving, all those things are used in courtyards. So the stack effect is also another way of using stone in order to make the habitable environment more cooling and comfort. It is nothing new to the region, but earlier days they used these things as a comfort zone, but contemporary architecture, they found it little difficult to handle stones. And the labor, shortage of labor, and also the cost, it was costly. Also, it was treated as expensive and time consuming. But now gradually in the modern era, now again with this technology, now they are using different type of technological activities and systems in order to make the life more easier and comfortable to use stones in building construction. So that is very important in this situation to be more comfortable with the environment. Indigenous materials to represent again, to reinvent how you integrate the indigenous materials, such as stones, into a modern context in order to satisfy the modern requirements under using this technology. So that is now Sri Lanka also it's happening. So that is what I would like to say.
Yeah, I think, wherever we are using the local stones with the modern construction technology, the most important thing is the methodology, how we integrate that in the entire construction process. Rebecca, over to you. Bhutan places a strong emphasis on the cultural continuity and the sustainability that we all know. So, my question to you is, how can modern stone technology to be introduced while preserving the traditional and the craftsmanship and the architectural identity of the region?
Hello, everyone. First, before answering this question, I would like to set from where I come from. I come from a place called Bhutan, which is the only carbon negative country in the world. And that is like the topic here is a huge, huge responsibility that we've always put on our shoulder, being in Bhutan, in a carbon negative country. Stone as such has always been the structural part of our rural construction, and the preservation of traditional architecture of Bhutan is totally broadly is the preservation, you can say, of our traditional craftsmanship. Wood, paint, our buildings are very, very decorative, very, very. We actually, in fact, the structural wall, the stone, however, in whichever modern technologically you build with a lot of innovations, whichever innovations you can bring it in, please bring in. We are ready to take it in, because as far as it is a safe construction technology, which can save us from, say, earthquakes, which, how to put it, we are lacking behind, We had been using only traditional way of constructing our stone walls, which are very weak and unskilled, untested technology. We had suffered during the recent earthquakes that all our stone buildings just fell flat on the floor. So now, why I'm saying this is, wall is just a wall for us, and we treat the wall as to say exhibit and show off and also preserve our traditional craftsmanship. This is so I feel that intervention of any good modern technology is readily acceptable by us. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. We have been actually very closely following your region when they say Bhutan is one of the only country in the world which is net zero. And also, happiness index of Bhutan is very good, if I'm not wrong, So I think we should learn something from what Bhutanese architects are doing in their region, where they are following the local stone and respecting the local stone, the way they make it a part of the entire structural system. Ishwar Bhai, my question to you is, since Nepal seismic condition poses a unique challenge, always, we have been hearing a lot about Nepal, many earthquakes, So how can the engineered stone, system and this modern fixing technology, because I have seen I was in Nepal last time, you showed me that entire Bhaktapur region and the way the entire structures were erected, and I think most of the structure went away in the seismic earthquake condition. So how these things, increases the structural performance and the architecture in earthquake region like yours?
Thank you, Tushar. First of all, my heartfelt thanks to organizer Jaipur Lagu Udyog Bharati, Tushar Shogani, President, Rajasthan Chapter, and entire council member of IIA Rajasthan Chapter for inviting me and giving this opportunity to speak in front of you. Yes, as Tushar said that the stone is a key vernacular material of Nepal. Our temples, traditional homes, roads and public spaces, especially in hilly region and Kathmandu Valley, are built with local stone reflecting centuries of knowledge and craftsmanship. These structures demonstrate sustainability, durability, and a deep connection to place. If, of course, Nepal, as he mentioned that the Nepal seismic condition present significant challenges for traditional stone construction, our timber-less masonry and load-bearing stone buildings embody centuries of indigenous knowledge and craftsmanship. In fact, many traditional stone masonry buildings with timber bands and other earthquake-resistant features performed remarkably well during recent earthquakes. However, the 2015 Gorkha earthquake also revealed the clear limitations of unreinforced and poorly detailed stone masonry, particularly in terms of brittle failure and progressive collapse. Engineered stones, as he said, that the system allows stone to be used in lighter, modular, and better controlled assembly when combined with modern fixing technology such as steel anchors, flexible connectors, mechanical fixing, and energy dissipating joints. Stone elements can accommodate seismic movement instead of resisting in rigidity. This significantly reduces the risk of sudden failure, failing hazards, and structural collapse while retaining the visual and cultural character of stone architecture. Importantly, Nepal's building codes and retrofitting guidelines already include provisions that support safer use of stone through engineered approaches. The main challenges for us is not in the absence of the standards, but in limited awareness at the local level, weak enforcement, lack of skill, human resources, and insufficient research and development of practical solutions grounded in lessons learned from past earthquakes. In this aspect, engineered stone system and modern fixing technology enable Nepal to preserve its rich stone architecture heritage. Thank you.
Yeah, I think when we see your architecture, because there are a lot of UNESCO World Heritage Sites in Nepal, and when we see that the way in which our ancestors were able to sustain those structures, even when the seismic scale was more than 6 or 7, those structures were, intacted, rather the new structure got toppled off because of this. So I think this is a lesson for us architects that we have to understand the vernacular wisdom, while using the usage of stone. And now it comes to India. So we are the country with 5 different climatic zones, different 5 climatic zones. And we have got abundance, availability of stone across the country. There are granites in Rajasthan, there are granites in South, there are quartz stone, there are marble, there are laterite, there are slates, there are sandstones, ample availability of stones, and our ancestors has used those local stone very judiciously. So, President Vilas, question to you is that, as we have got a lot of diversity in the local stones, so how can the digital documentation, which we do, like CIROS, do the same job, and the standardization and the CNC fabrication and all? Because my question to Wu Jiang and you is quite similar, because our transformation of entire architecture is almost similar. So how can all this thing help scale the use of local stone in the contemporary architecture? Because I know that you also specialize in high rises in Mumbai. So sometimes, how does it scale up the use of local stone in the contemporary architecture?
Thanks, Tushar. Thing is that, as you know, that I come from the Mumbai city, where generally we do the high-rise buildings. I am also doing most of the high-rise buildings. And to use a stone in high-rise building is a really task, which is really not possible unless I yesterday discussed this thing with Prakashji, and he said, I told him that, to use this stone has to be a very light material. Then only it can be used. If the stone is heavy, we cannot use for the high-rise buildings. Okay, it can be only cladding. But there are so many different materials, looks like stone, are available in market. And those are very light materials. Even now, you know that tiles are coming, tiles are in a different way, of course. But when we are talking about stone, it has to be in a very lighter way. Then only it can be used for the, say, in modern high-rise buildings. And definitely, the builders or those who are constructing contractors, they can definitely will be it will be useful. This stone is available, as you said, even as I come from Maharashtra also many different stones are available. Even in Konkan, there is a chira, a type of a stone which is available, and the houses are been built with the same thing, with the same material. And material is a stone, sort of a stone. But it is also a very soft. Similarly, and now they have come out, this chira, like one can do the cladding, and so it is the thickness can be only 1 inch or 1.5 inch, and you can clad that, and the same look can be given. So in modern tradition now, we can use stone only if it is a light material. Otherwise, it is going to be difficult. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Wu Jiang, in your presentation, you were talking about sort of urban regeneration in the country, like China, So in this context, we have been seeing that a lot of developments happens where the prefabricated system, or the modular system is in force. Made before RCC, made before GRC, we always come up with the prefabricated system or a modular system. So, do you think that the local stone, in the present construction technology, without losing its cultural and its, tectonic expression, can be used as a modular system?
Yes, I think this question I would like to answer in 2 different ways. One way, you're talking about the urban regeneration. That means we are facing lots of the problems with existing historical, existing building environment. So in that way, probably we should more encourage directly use the traditional material to fit into the regeneration project. That means also need to train our architects to not only implicate the new modern technology, but also learn from history, learn from tradition, how to reuse again the traditional way. And another way is we still have a lot of the large-scale development, because the development is always there. So with the new technology, particularly now we have more and more AI development. We have more and more new, technological way to build a building instead of just traditional way. So in that way, I think probably there will be not only new challenge, but also new opportunity to reuse again the traditional material with the new technology. Actually, there is also one of the example in China already done by one of the architects I mentioned. He did a very large scale building with the parametric design with traditional bricks in Wuzhen. It's single building, single space. It's more than 20,000 square meters. That means more than 200,000 square feet. It's a very large space. So that project led him to win the AR award and the UR award.
Yes, you mentioned. Yeah.
Twice. Yeah. So this is possible.
I think it makes sense, you know. Dulumani, with the increasing pressure for the faster construction, now everyone, developer, hotelier, even the private villa owners, the bungalow owners, they want fast construction. Always they want everything fast. So that's why I discussed with you that modular system or the prefabricated system. But how can the precision cutting of the stone, you know, because, you know, today there are a lot of water jet cutters, a lot of, you know, CNC cutters, you know. So they talk about precision so that everything is done not on the site, but it is done somewhere in the factory and then it comes to. So how can the precision cutting system and the innovative fixing system make stone more viable for the contemporary projects in Sri Lanka?
Yes. Now, when we take precision cutting and innovative, there are two things. Now, precision cutting technologies refer to mostly the tools and methods that we use in shaping the natural stone into the required, to satisfy the modern day requirement. So in Sri Lanka, now as I said before, the modern day, they have introduced many methods such as CNC, computer numerical control machines. And so digital controls for exact cut and give complex shapes could be done. So in modern day context, they have different methods of forming different shapes, the requirement. So these things could be done, they have started doing in computer numerical control machines. So, and also laser guided cutting. So laser guided cutting also, it yields uniformly thin veneers actually, and precise edging. So that is also some requirement of the modern day context in order to reduce the structural load and also to give the safety and perform more. So that is one thing. And also the water jet cutting systems. So those things are also practiced in Sri Lanka. High pressure water streams cut these accurately and without damages. So those things are practiced in Sri Lanka in modern. And innovative, these systems, if I just come across few, that concealing machine anchors for frameless fabrication, and also framing and channel systems support that manage load and the alternative adjustments. So adjustments are also important. In previous time, when they build fortresses or temples, mostly historical buildings, but that was found it is static. The adjustments and the management was not very easy. So, but in this new precision cutting and innovative fixing methods are introduced in order to make these modern requirements more convenient, more, and also the maintenance and replacement is more possible with throughout the life cycle of the building. So that is something important, and this and laser and digital layout systems ensure millimeter accuracy.
Yeah.
It
and that is for the faster construction as
yeah,
well.
so it ensures millimeter accuracy in positioning during installments. So these are some of the things I found in our industry.
So I think, you know, in present day era, most of the architects, you know, who want a very contemporary, modern architecture, refrain themselves from using local stone because of many constraints. You know, as you said, that we have to put a lot of things. Like I'll give you an example. There is a city nearby Jaipur called Sikandra and Sikrai, which was known basically for the hand carving of the stones. But and all the Hindu architecture, Islamic architecture, they've got the set pattern, modular pattern, because there were skilled laborers in those time and still with today. But today, the second generation has lost those control over the skills, and now they do everything CNC cut, laser cut, and machine cut. So you lose creativity, you lose your skill to handle the local stone. So that's why many architects, we are very scared of using the local stone, because they know that it is not going to be very flexible material, and their methodology to handle the stone or the local stone is very on a guided track. Yeah, and the more expensive, yes. So, Rebecca, do you really see that the digital modeling and the prefabrication, as Irumani was mentioned, as a tool to strengthen, or rather to dilute the Bhutan's vernacular stone architecture in the modern buildings?
Recently, we've seen that the value-added stones and the technologies and even ramped earth structures with intervention of modern, whatever solutions they put in and all, it's actually not used generally by the local people. It is totally used by the resorts and high-end hotels. And but then, having said that, we can't always get stuck, with our old traditional way, thinking that it will, say, overshadow our local techniques and know-hows of the stone building thing. But then what I've noticed is in Bhutan especially, other places I don't know, our stone building technology had been handed down rudimentarily by fathers, grandfathers, and unskilled laborers, local sourced, local workforce, some people very lazy, and they intentionally or unintentionally, they don't do the proper joints and all. So these things, and we have learned it hard, and I just told you, the recent frequent earthquakes have given us a very bad sore. So I think Bhutan, we are, say, ready to adopt any technology of whatever, which gives us a safe structure to live in. But that will come with a pinch of salt, because since I told you, we are very mindful of what things are coming in Bhutan and what we are setting in on our ground, which has to be sustainable. And the other thing is, it comes with a pinch of salt, every technology to Bhutan. Because when it comes to Bhutan, we would like to do the balancing act and, say, put it in the local context. And we always say that we have to be very mindful about our carbon footprints regarding the material and even the technology. And of course, like whatever we do, we touch, it has to be done very mindfully. And the other thing is, otherwise, I think we are okay with any, we are not a stuck up old, country up there only looking at our only technology and all. We are open, because we had been badly bitten by the earthquakes, and we have, frankly speaking, we have stopped being stuck up with our, age-old technology and thinking that that is the only we can preserve. But then I think we are adopting, we are trying to say move forward with whatever gives us a safe place to live in.
I think that really makes sense, when we talk about not disturbing the local or the vernacular architecture and use the stone in such fashion. I remember when Rafiq Azam was doing a project in Bhutan, so he told me that he actually, understand this, how to use those stones, the embassy, I think he made a Bangladesh embassy in. So I think that makes very sense. You have to be very local while handling. As you use the word mindful, you have to be very mindful by using the local stone. Ishwar Bhai, how can the local stone be reinterpreted through contemporary detailings of construction methodology to meet the today's safety codes, because which is very important. The reason I'm telling you is this, because your country falls in a very high seismic zone. So how does it, it doesn't abandon the tradition also and doesn't abandon the safety codes also?
Tushar bhai, I think to address that aspects, maybe we have to do some important activities, and some of them could be preserved and analyzed. Traditional building technology as a source of inspirations and proven seismic logic, and also adapt engineered stone system and modern fixing technology for new construction, especially for critical infrastructure, not only for the residential, but such as hospitals, schools, public buildings, and culturally sensitive tourism projects. Thirdly, I think we have to build local capacity by training craftsmen and professionals in both traditional construction principles and modern installation techniques, creating a new generation of skilled builders and a resilient construction industries. Ultimately, by using engineered stone as a controlled and dynamic building system, we can create structures that are safer and more resilient, and local stone can be reinterpreted by shifting it from heavy load bearing construction for a carefully detailed architectural scheme integrated with modern structural systems. In this context, the transition from traditional load-bearing stone masonry to engineered stone system should not be seen as abandoning traditions. Rather, it is a way of preserving and evolving indigenous building knowledge while meeting modern life safety requirements, I think.
I think it's very difficult to handle these statistics when it comes to architect, and that too when we use local stone. Vilasji, over to you. That how do you think the local stone can become a competitive alternative to the modern day industry?
See, as you all know that the stone is a heavy material. It can be used for the load bearing, for a low rise. It is good one. It is sustainable. But when you want to use this, there is two ways. If the cladding we want to do with the stone, it can be two ways, that is dry cladding and a wet cladding. But there has to be some modern different ways of cladding which can be used for the high-rise buildings. Now high-rise buildings are either by the either by the concrete, or it can be with the steel. But then there has to be some framing. There has to be some way to clad that with the with the frame structure. So how do we do that? I mean, that's what I was discussing with the CEDOS, that they should innovate something different way for the cladding material, and it has to be, again, as I said earlier also, it has to be a light material. If it is not a light, it is very difficult to use. Of course, it's a sustainable, but then it can be used only as a cladding material, nothing else. So to use, I mean, we use that in an interior way in many different ways, but to use it for the outsiding is going to be very difficult. For that reason, it needs to be a very lighter material. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. and I think the overall goal of this deliberation was to sensitize the use of local stone in the present modern day construction technology. And I'll just wrap up this session by asking you a question which you have to answer in one line. My question to you will be, I'll be the first one to answer that. My question to you will be that how do you see the use of local stones in a building? My answer to you is, it looks like a romance with architecture. Wu Jiang, what's your answer for that?
Well, my answer,
one line.
My answer will be probably the new inspiration of modern architecture comes from a local material.
New inspiration. Okay. Dilumani.
My answer. Okay. My answer will be stones are not just building materials, but it has its own language to speak to the inhabitants.
Okay. So, romance with architecture, new inspiration, and what you said? Language. So, it has got language or identity. Stone has a language. Rebecca.
Be, since it's a lifelong material, I would pass it down as a safety factor for my children.
So, safety factor. It is another key word, you know. Ishwar bhai.
I see stone we can use as a creative materials which cannot be replicated by other modern technologies.
So creativity is not being hampered by using local stone. That's a good outcome which we have got. Vilas ji.
Yeah, I like those words of using as a romance. You know, it looks definitely it's a romance in a stone. How you, but it all depends upon how you use it.
So thank you. I think it was a nice intake from this thing. Do you have any question? Answer. Yeah, one line. Yes.
Can we have the mic, please?
You want to answer? One line.
Well, stone brings life. How? Panchabhutas. Panchabhutas.
The answer was to be in one line, so the stone brings life.
Because,
that is a catch,
because
and I think
stone can hear,
yeah.
Stone can see, stone has memories, and water has memories, water can see. Similarly, these are all scientific things being proven. Vegetation, plants can sing with you, plants can listen to you, you can talk to the plants. So these are animated, animated things.
Yes.
Inanimated things are what are the new latest materials which we are using for high rise. So stone till the human eye can reach, till their outer, the fenestration, the skin of the building can be stone cladding in angle. And internally you have core shear walls inside, right? High rise, 60 floors, 100 floors. So the core can have the stone cladding, which adds to the strength. It is solid.
Yes. Thank you, Narabai, for that.
You.
And I think with this we wrap up. And it's an announcement for the students that they have come up with a very nice installation. I think most you must have seen, you know. And kudos to all the students, you know, all the university. You have done a fantastic job, you know, for this. And for that, you will be getting a prize also. But yes, after listening to all the speakers after the lunch. So be here at 3 o'clock. And you have to be here at 3 o'clock because we may announce the prize anytime. It can be 3:15, 3:30, maybe 4:30. I don't know. So you have to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for such a nice conclusion, Tushar sir, and thank you to all our panelists. Thank you, everyone. We'll break for lunch, and we'll see you back here at 3. Let's have a larger applause for everybody sitting here, all our panelists, and what a conclusion to the session. Thank you so much.
How? How?
Hello everyone, we welcome you back and we'll proceed with our next Master Speakers session now. I would like to call upon stage the very predominant and renowned architect Gyanendra Singh Shekhawat ji. Can we have a huge round of applause for our next speaker as I introduce him to everybody. With over 27 years of professional experience, Gyanendra Singh Shekhawat is the leading figure in India's architecture and design community. As the founder and principal architect of Jaipur-based design practice Ideas, he spearheads a diverse portfolio of projects including high-end residential, hospitality, commercial, healthcare, and mixed use of developments. Shekhawat's educational background reflects his imitable expertise in architecture, urban planning, and interior design. He holds a Bachelor of Architecture degree from Jawaharlal Nehru Engineering College and Master of Planning Urban from the School of Planning Architecture, SPA, Delhi. His professional endeavors encompass placemaking interventions, urban heritage conservation, addressing the impact of commercialization in historic areas. Ideas has been instrumental in transforming Rajasthan's landscape, a firm that has overseen the development of some of the state's tallest structures, including the Sky 25 residential high-rise. Their award-winning work on the Leela Palace, Jaipur demonstrates their mastery in the hospitality sector. Other notable projects like the adaptive reuse of Savai Man Singh Palace, the Constitution Club of Rajasthan, and the coaching hub showcase the firm's versatility and experience with diverse scales and typologies. We are very fortunate to have you, sir. Over to you. Thank you. Can we have a huge round of applause for Gyanendra Singh Shekhawat?
Thank you so much for this very interesting introduction. I'm not used to having such a elaborative introduction in my hometown, but thank you so much. President IAA, Architect Vilasji, President Acacia, Professor Wu Jiang, Honorable Council members of IAA, Chairman, Rajasthan chapter, my dear friend Tushar, his team members from the IAA Rajasthan chapter, the architects, and dear students. It's a great opportunity. I would like to thank the organizers to have invited me over for this Master Speak session on the occasion of this Jaipur Architecture Festival organized during this Stonemart 26. I would like to again briefly introduce myself. I am architect Gyanendra Shekhawat. I'm based out of Jaipur, and we have a practice which is called Ideas, and we are involved in multidisciplinary architectural projects. And these days, we are majorly working on the hospitality sector. I've been involved with the activities of the Indian Institute of Architects for almost 2 decades, more than 2 decades. And now we dedicate ourselves completely towards the profession. Since this is organized during the Stonemart, I have oriented my presentation towards how to use, or what is the use of stone, and how to use stone, and I have showcased some of my projects, how we have used stones in those projects. So perhaps you would also appreciate how stone could be used in architecture. So to start with, how to use stone, and we are fortunate that we are in Rajasthan, which has got abundance of or different varieties of stone availability. We've got sandstone, we've got granites, we've got marble, we've got different types of stones, and a lot of them are also depicted and showcased in this ongoing Stonemart exhibition. But we are fortunate that we are in Rajasthan and we are able to see and we are able to use variety of stones. So stone basically is a versatile and a durable material, and the sustainable material, this is a very sustainable material actually. It has been used from prehistoric period, and it is used for structural support, exterior cladding, and interior design. It basically offers a very high compressive strength for load-bearing applications like walls and pillars, while providing natural insulation. So you see all our old forts and palaces, they've been constructed through use of stone, and they've been acting as natural insulation materials also. In modern days, the use includes engineered facades, flooring, and in landscape. The stone is also used in exterior cladding, facades, and stone size describes how stone is used in modern ventilated facades, enhancing durability and aesthetic appeal. So these days, stone have been used in different form and different shapes and different variety. Flooring and paving is one of very important area where the stone is being used because it is durable, it is long lasting, and it's a very important material in use of landscape because it is used for different elements in landscape. Stone basically also acts as very important interior accent. Marble and granite is commonly used for kitchen, for washrooms, for countertops, vanities, and other accent walls in interior. So if you can really play with stone, you can really do some very good work in interiors. So since we've been using some of these variety of stones in our projects, I would talk about how the stone has been used in palace hotels of Jaipur. So facades and plains, stone has been used. So local sandstone, Jaisalmer, Jodhpur beige, Dholpur red. So these are varieties of local stones available in Rajasthan. So they've been used in facades and plains. They've been used in flooring in public spaces like marble, kota, some Italian marble also being used in flooring. So these have been used in lobbies, corridors, verandas, and other important areas of these palaces. And in architectural elements like brackets, chhajjas, jalis, columns, and balustrade, the stone have been used in certain architectural elements also. As I told, this has been used in the interior accents and also in the landscapes and the courtyards. So Rajasthan's architecture has evolved around locally available stones. So this is because due to the scarcity of timber and extreme climate, stone have been used majorly in Rajasthan. We need to understand in Rajasthan, we don't have timber, we don't have jungles where we could have got timber from. And stone was available, so, and because of the extreme climate also, stone have been used. So Rajasthan is basically is a god of stone actually. And in stone, sandstone and marble were preferred because they had their strength, they had their carvability and thermal mass keeping the interiors cool. So Rajasthan has been very much enriched with these kinds of stones. So cities like Jaipur, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, Udaipur, we have developed different identities because based on the color of the stone. So Jodhpur, like Jodhpur we use the Jodhpur beige. In Jaipur, we have this stone which is Jhalana or other stone taken from the other Aravali hills. So different, or in Kota, the color of the Kota stone is grey or brown. For that matter, every city has got a different identity based on the stone available there. And certain architectural elements like jalis, jharokas, chhajjas, columns, they were also carved out directly from stone. So every city would have different or other variety of stone and different style of doing those details. Now, in contemporary use, in modern times, the cladding and surface articulation over modern RCC structure, the building now is not made through those load-bearing stone, load-bearing walls. The buildings are made through RCC structures, but cladding and surface articulation is done through these stones. And these would actually define the luxury and heritage value, especially in palace hotels and cultural buildings. The finishes have evolved from fully hand-carved to a mix of machine-cut precision, because these days a lot of machines have also come, which would cut your stone to that level. And also now, till date, it is valued for sustainability, durability, and most important is the low maintenance. The stone is always low maintenance. So that is why it is used widely. So what are our design takeaways, especially for the students? In Rajasthan, stone is just not a building material, but it is an architectural identity. So we need to understand what is the beauty of the stone, what is the variety of stone, what is the style of stone, and what are the usability of those particular stones. And accordingly, we should derive and we should do design detailing. So basically, the architectural identity is shaped by the climate, culture, and craft. Historically, it has provided that thermal comfort, durability, and ornamentation has come through jali work, jharokas, and other elements which are used in the elevation. In contemporary architecture, stone continues this legacy, reinterpreted with modern construction and refined finishes. So now I would like to talk about how we have used those different stones in different projects of ours. So this very interesting project is the Leela Palace, Jaipur, which is on the old Delhi Road. When we designed it to be a JW Marriott, but in 2021 it converted into Leela Palace. The brand changed, but when we designed it, it was designed for JW Marriott. So the plot area is almost around 30,000 square meter. It started in 2017. It has 200 keys, in which we have got one palace block and a villa block. We have got 99 rooms in the palace and 101 in the villas. So what we have done, we have used the traditional Rajputana architecture and combination of Rajputana and Mughal architecture vocabulary, such as jalis, jharoka, chhatris, domes, and arched colonnades. The central palace block anchoring public functions like restaurant, bar, and banquet hall. And villas basically are rooms around landscape courtyards, which I would be showing in some of my further slides, forming the private realm. The palace inspired master planning rooted in Jaipur's walled city. In Jaipur's walled city, if you see, there is a palace which belongs to the royal family, where the king used to stay, and then there are havelis, which are basically acting as villas. So there is one huge block in the center, which is our palace block, replicating the architecture of Jaipur. And the villas are like what we have in havelis, the courtyard, rooms around a courtyard, like we have in the case of havelis. So we have used extensive use of white marble, complemented by refined blue and silver color palette. Traditional floral and geometric motifs have been used in the flooring, integrating architectural surfaces and details, actually. We've also used thikri work, which doesn't belong to Jaipur, which is originally from Udaipur, but the glass inlay work of thikri has been, and that has been used in highlighting our local craftsmanship. And we have used courtyards as basically integrating spaces in the villas, which basically is our design response to the climate. Because we have used courtyards, we have used shaded walkways, water bodies, and jali screens for passive cooling. And we've used local materials like local granites and sandstones and the local marble in our landscape elements. So this is the master plan of the Leela Palace. You could see the white portion is the palace block. In the front is the parking lot. And all others are the villas. And all the villas would have 6 rooms on the ground floor. And all these rooms would have private courtyard with private plunge pool. So all the courtyards would have plunge pools. So what we have used locally, as far as my presentation is basically stone-centric, so I would be talking about what stone we have used there. We have used Jaisalmer sandstone, we have used Silvara black, we've used Banswara marble, and we've used the cobbles from different granites available in Rajasthan. So you could see in the Port Kosher, the arrival plaza, use of Banswara and Jaisalmer in the paving in the front. And you can again see the cobbles, the granite cobbles used with the Jaisalmer sandstone and Banswara marble. So this is the entry plaza of that. Then again you could see Banswara marble and Jaisalmer sandstone in the paving in the front of the palace block. Certain landscape you could see in the landscape elements, though the landscape was done by a very famous company called Burega Farnell. They are from Singapore. They are very acclaimed international architect. We worked with architect Joel Burega, who was heading the Joel Burega Farnell at that moment of time. So this design, landscape design, was done with their help. So we've used Banswara marble and Jaisalmer sandstone in these landscape features. So this is the swimming pool area. Again, we have used Banswara marble and Jaisalmer sandstone. So in a 5-star uber luxury project, we've still used Rajasthan-based stones. most importantly, and still looks very good. So it is not like that only use Italian marble or Turkish marble or imported marble, the building would look good. If you play nicely, if you design nicely, if you do proper detailing, it can still look good. And the example is this one. Another view of the palace from across the swimming pool side. Again, you could see use of local stones. The planters are also made from Banswara marble. You could see this nice fire fountain, which is again a Banswara marble stone. And this is a small alfresco outside the dining area, outside the all-day dining. Again, you could see the Banswara marble and Jaisalmer sandstone nicely covered, engulfed through the green hedges in the alfresco. So certain landscape elements, we've used these Rajasthani chhatris and baradaris. Again, you can see in the flooring we have used the local marble. So this is the courtyard I was talking about. This is the courtyard, one of the courtyard on the ground floor. And that is the room. You could see that is the room, and this is the courtyard. The courtyard would have small plunge pool on one side. So in plunge pool, we have used tiles in the main area, and otherwise there is marble. We've used white marble. The water fountain, which is there, is also made from the Banswara marble. The flooring is again Jaisalmer stone, and you could also see the planter there. That is also done from Banswara marble. So we have tried our best to use the local materials, local marbles, and they really look good. This was about briefly about my project, the Leela Palace. Now, another important project, very interesting project we did was Savai Man Mahal. This is part of the Rambagh Hotel complex. This is another luxury project from Taj. This is again adaptive reuse, basically. It used to be SMS convention, and it used to be the staff housing of Rambagh Palace, which was ultimately converted to make Savai Man Mahal. It is 51 keys. It started in 22. Again, this is adaptive reuse of historic structure into a luxury heritage hotel. Sensitive restoration has been done, retaining the original architectural character. We have not increased the footprint. The footprint is the original. We have not changed the built-up area there. The scale has not changed. But we have added certain courtyards. We have added certain plunge pool courtyards and normal courtyards, which acts as some breathing space outside the rooms. So courtyard-centric planning to enhance openness, light and ventilation, and preservation of existing matured trees as integral design elements. So very importantly, Rambagh complex had trees from long back. They were like matured. We did not cut even a single tree. So the whole the design has been done, or whole courtyards have also been done without cutting a single tree. So we preserved those existing mature trees. So guest rooms were redesigned with private courtyards for an immersive experience, because post-COVID, what has come, a lot of domestic tourism has increased. A lot of Indian tourists or Indian domestic tourists would basically come and travel, and they would like to basically relax outside the room. Indians have this tendency to sit outside the room, so we thought of doing these courtyards there. And we have used, again, the native stone and locally sourced white marble, defining the interior finish, which I would just show you in my... So this is the design of this is the master plan, where we had the SMS Convention Center. I mean, a lot of IAE activities used to happen there. We used to do a lot of events there when it was SMS Convention Center, but now it is a 5-star hotel now. So you could see we have done certain addition of courtyards. The room blocks are same. We have not changed. We have added swimming pool in here. So what materials have been used is Jaisalmer, Kadapa black, Kota blue, Jodhpur beige. We've used a little bit of Italian also. We've used William Grey. An important white what we have used is Ambaji. Now Ambaji is a very scarcely available stone. It is basically mined in an area called Ambaji, close to Mount Abu. It's on the border of Gujarat and Rajasthan. The mines are very limited. The rates have also gone very high, but very beautiful, very interesting stone. And then we also used Dholpur red. So this is the arrival plaza of Savai Man Mahal. On the right side building was originally there. This tunnel gate was existing. We did this to match this. We made this baradari. This was added later on. But you can see the stone on the arrival plaza is the granite. Cobbles drop. This is Kadapa black, and we have used certain granite cobbles in the drop-off area with a granite fountain. Use of Dholpur, Jaisalmer sandstone, and Jodhpur beach in the landscape. So you could see the Rambagh on the right side, and this is on the left side, Savai Man Mahal. Again, you could see on the swimming pool, we have used Jaisalmer sandstone and Ambaji white in the swimming pool area. All material, all the stones have been taken from Rajasthan itself. Another view of that swimming pool. Jaisalmer sandstone and Ambaji white in the swimming pool area. And in the landscape, we've used certain marble fountains. And these marble fountains are also made from Ambaji. So these, you could see these white marble fountains made from Ambaji white. So you could see how stone is being used in the landscape element is ultimately recreating that or enhancing the experience. In the reception lobby, we have used Italian Carrara and William Gray in the lobby. And in the rooms, we have used white marble with Kadapa black highlighter. So this is another view of the guest room. So you could see the courtyard in there. So you enter through the courtyard and then you have this room. So again, Ambaji white has been used in the guest room flooring. And in the courtyard, you could see we have used Jaisalmer sandstone with some white marble lining, Ambaji white lining. Another guest room. And this is the ensuite bathroom in that particular hotel, where we have used, instead of tiles, we have used again white marble, Ambaji white marble. Looks very beautiful. And the flooring is Gray Williams, basically. Flooring is Italian. The wall is Rajasthan marble. But it really looks beautiful. You could see the two basins there. They are also made from Ambaji white. They are marble basins made from one stone. This was about Savai Man Mahal. This is another interesting project. We are just at verge of finishing it. This used to be called the Maharajas. It used to be called Savai Madhopur Lodge in Ranthambore, but now it has been converted into the Maharajas Lodge. It was used by once the Maharaja of Jaipur. It was their hunting lodge basically for Ranthambore. So this is almost around 1 lakh square meter of land. It is completing right now, so that's why 226. It has got 40 keys, not very huge property. The Madhopur Lodge has been envisioned to reimagine a historic royal retreat into a space that resonates with the wild essence of Ranthambore, while preserving its imperial grandeur. It is being designed on a little colonial style. One of the most critical design challenges was to maintain the delicate balance between rugged wilderness and royal indulgence. So that was the theme we had taken. And we have also again used here a lot of stone, locally available stone, or stones available from Rajasthan and Gujarat. So Silvada black has been used and some marble basins have been used. So you could see this is the master plan of the whole complex, wherein we've got a palace block and then we've got certain villa blocks and restaurants and all those. So this is a design of one villa in which we have a courtyard. Courtyard would have some stone paving, and then there is a guest room and an ensuite bathroom. So this is a more detailed view of that guest room, where we have a huge bedroom and an ensuite bathroom, also connecting to a private courtyard. So entries through a private courtyard actually. This is the palette we worked on. in this particular project. The architecture and interiors both were done by us. So we had, this is our palette, material palette. So we've used Ambaji white. We've also used red mandana because it is close to Kota. So we used a lot of Kota stone and mandana, which is locally available there. We also used Jodhpur beige and Gwalior mint. So the central building is a historic building on two sides. These villas have been added later on, which we have just added. So this is the block of the villa, which we just added 4 rooms on the ground floor, 4 rooms on the first floor. And this is the picture of one of the rooms wherein you could see we have done a wildlife-centric backdrop, and the wooden rafters have been placed to give that lodge effect of that hunting lodge effect. The wooden rafters have been placed. The design of the fan and lamp and everything is little heritage in style. We've used the table, which is leather table, in the center, and the sofa is also inspired by the British time. It is a Chesterfield sofa. On the outside, you could see the use of stone, how we have used stone there in the courtyard flooring. It is combination of mandana, Jodhpur beige, and Jaisalmer. And you could also see a water body, a water fountain. This has been done in Ambaji white. So we've used stone there, all locally available. Another picture, from another side. So this is on the first floor, rooms on the first floor. The backdrop has got some birds hand embroidered at the back, and that's the toilet on that side. You could see. So this is the original. This was our intent, and this is the picture. So you could see the basin have been made from Silvara black. Again, we have just wanted to show how stone have been used, and how it is looking beautiful in this particular case. So this is the picture of the courtyard outside. As I told you, we have used red mandana and Jodhpur beige in the flooring. So certain pictures while construction of that water body on that side. This is using Ambaji white marble. Another room and small patio. Again, we have used stone in outside patio, which has got red mandana and Jodhpur beige. So this is the plan of the swimming pool. This is the top view of the swimming pool. Again, we have used Jaisalmer and white marble in the deck of that swimming pool. You could see we have used locally available. In fact, the jali or the water trap where the water will be trapped is also a stone jali, basically. So this is again a very interesting project. Everybody knows about it, Rambagh Palace. We were fortunate. We did couple of rooms last year. This year also we finished 23 suites in Rambagh. Again, this has been just finished. These 21 keys have been just finished last month, and we have used a lot of local stones there, starting with Ambaji white and black marble inlays. So this is the material palette we worked on, and view of the pictures where we have used the Ambaji white as flooring and black stone in the inlaid flooring. Another view of that heritage suite. So how the highlighter has been placed, and the basin is also the Bhenslana black marble. It is from the single piece of Bhenslana black marble. The basin have been made, and we also used Ambaji white in the wall. You could see another angle of the bathroom. So how local stone, and we have not used tiles in palace projects. In luxury heritage projects, we have tried not taking or not using tiles, but rather local marble actually, and local stone. And it looks really beautiful. Very interesting project we are doing is Lake Palace. Everybody knows about Lake Palace, Udaipur. Very Anubhav, phone has to be called off. Lake Palace, they got like 90 keys. We basically doing majority of them, we revamping. A very small size, only 26, 28 square meter of room. But we've been awarded this project to completely revamp the guest rooms. So we are refurbishing or revamping the guest rooms. In first phase, we have completed 30 keys. 30 keys will be done in this particular year. So again, this is the palette we worked on. Again, white marble, Jaisalmer sandstone, and Bhaislana black marble. And this is the picture of the suite there. The walls have not been changed, but we have changed the flooring. We have completely revamped the furniture. You could see this canopy, royal canopy. This is the view of one suite actually in Lake Palace. But in the flooring, you could see black Bhaislana with Ambaji white marble. In the bathroom, we have used Jaisalmer sandstone with white marble. And the wash basin, the basin is also made from single piece of marble, which is white marble. And the cladding on the wall is also from the white marble. So again, you could see how you could use local stones, and they still look good. They look good in the even the Uber luxury project. It is not like that you need to have tiles or imported marble or imported granites to enhance the beauty. The local, we have got everything in Rajasthan available. You just need to understand, you just need to see what would suit, what would fit in, and how you could use that material. You should know the nature of that material, basically. This is the view of one single room, the smaller standard room. Again, you could see we have used white stone flooring, and with the highlighter is the Jaisalmer sandstone. So Jaisalmer sandstone have been used in the flooring. And this is the picture, this is the view of the bathroom. We have used marble tops, we have used the marble basin, single piece marble basin. And this is going to be the bathroom in there. So this is about few projects we've done in recent couple of years, especially belonging to the hospitality segments. We have done architecture, we have done the interiors also, and this is how we've used the local stones. So the overall point is, if the stone is used properly, if the stone is utilized, and if you know the material, the most important for students of architecture is to understand what are the stones and what are their nature and where to use what stone. This, as a student of architecture, if you would know, you are already at a better position to design, and especially in interiors and also in architecture. If you know the capabilities of stone, you would be really you can really do wonders. I've shown you certain examples where all the top 5-star hotels of Rajasthan, wherein we've been fortunate enough to be involved in, we've used local stones. At 1 or 2 places, we've used Italian marble. Otherwise, we've used the local stone, and it really looks beautiful. It is sustainable, cost-effective, and looks beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for such a wonderful presentation, sir. It was certainly a celebration of local stones. May I now invite architect Tushar Sogani ji on the stage, please, to felicitate our speaker. Can we have a huge round of applause for architect Gyanendra Singh Shekhawat ji? Thank you so much, gentlemen. We'll now move forward with our next interesting panel discussion, which is on stone in the age of glass and steel, reclaiming the relevance. I would like to call upon stage our moderator for the evening and for the panel, architect Mukul Goyal ji. Could we please have you on the stage, sir? Can we have a huge round of applause for our moderator? Architect Mukul Goyal, a resident of Alwar, Rajasthan, Mukul Goyal graduated in '94 from GCA Lucknow and joined a famous landscape architect, N.G. Shastri, in Delhi. Later, he joined Architecture Department, MNIT Jaipur, as an associate professor. He taught for 8 years, majorly landscape, fine arts, and fine arts subject. In 2003, he resigned from MNIT to start his own practice. Till now, he has designed over 400 projects in the past 30 years. His main specialty is landscape design with offices in Jaipur, Udaipur, and Gurgaon. In 2017, he went to give a lecture in Cambridge University as well as Indonesia. He still goes for special lectures to various national and international universities. He's also an active member of the IIA and Vice Chairman of Rajasthan Chapter 2022 to 2023. He has been the editor of National Magazine of Architects. On the international front, he was the chairman of Architectural Professional Practice of 23 Asian countries. Can we have a huge round of applause for architect Mukul Goyal? Next, in our panel, I would like to invite architect Swaroop Gurung from Nepal. Can we have a huge round of applause for our international delegate as I introduce you all to him? Architect Swaroop Gurung is a graduate from University of Cordilleras in Philippines. He's currently the principal architect of our NICO Designers and Planners. Over the past 35 years, he has delivered a wide range of projects that has contributed to Nepal's evolving built environment. Beyond his practice, architect Gurung has served as the president of the Society of Nepalese Architects from 2029 to 14, and as vice president of Architects Regional Council of Asia, ArcAsia Zone A, from 2013 to 2014. He was awarded with the Distinguished Entrepreneurship Award by the Nepal Engineers Association on the occasion of 56th Engineers Day. Architect Gurung has also played a pivotal role as a founder, initiator, and contributor to the drafting of the Constitution of Architects Association of South Asia. He's the founding president of NEPHIL, the Nepal Philippines Alumni Society, currently as the chairperson of International Organization Coordination Committee of Nepal Engineers Association and the former chairman of SONA's Committee on International Relationship. He continues to drive initiatives that enhance Nepal's architectural presence internationally and while fostering dialogue addressing the evolving architecture. We are so glad to have you, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause for architect Swaroop Gurung? Next, we have on the panel architect Amit Suktankar. Can we please have you on the stage, sir? Can we have a huge round of applause for all our panelists? Architect Amit is the founder and principal architect of MSS Design. Established in 2000, he believes architecture and craftsmanship are integral to the profession and philosophy reflected in his work across residential, institutional, hospitality projects. His work has been featured in national and international architecture magazines. He's also the founder of La Coud, a furniture design and manufacturing company. Architect Suktankar has served as chairman of the IIA Goa chapter, is an executive committee member of the Charles Correa Foundation, and a member of advisory board of the Goa College of Architecture. Can we have a huge round of applause for architect Amit? Next, we have architect B. Sudhir Pillai. May we please have you on the stage, sir, to join the panel? Can we have a huge round of applause for architect B. Sudhir Pillai? Architect Sudhir holds the Honorary National Treasurer position of the Indian Institute of Architects from June 2023 to present, past chairman of Committee on Social Responsibility, Architects Regional Council of Asia, ArcAsia, having 21 member countries of Asia from 2017 to 19, past chairman of Institute of IIID, from 17 to 2019, Executive Council member of Marian College of Architecture and Planning. Architect Sudhir has 32 years of experience in the field of architectural consultancy, past chairman of Trivandrum Center of IIA chapter, IIA, past chairman of Kerala chapter of IIA, past National Council member of IIA. Thank you for coming here, sir, and we are looking forward to having you on the panel. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Next, in our panel, we have Architect Debatosh Sahu. Can we please have you on the stage, sir? Architect Debatosh, a graduate in architecture from the BE College, Jaipur, and masters in urban design from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, in 1989, is one of the founder, partner, and principal architect of the architectural firm eSpace. Architect Debatosh has articulated himself in the language of contemporary architecture in the set of tropical climate with the local context and time. His passion is to create green buildings through design, not with mere application of modern technology. He has dealt with many heritage projects in the urban context wherein there is adaptive reuse of heritage structures with addition of new constructions. Recipient of several awards, his project and articles have been featured and published in several architectural journals. He is the visiting lecturer and jury member in various architectural colleges and competitions. He has served as a council member of IIA for many terms and presently is the council member from Region 4, International Union of Architects, UIA. He is the past chairman of ACGSA, Arcasia Committee for Green Sustainable Architecture. Can we have a huge round of applause for everybody sitting here? Last but not the least, we have architect Ashish Gupta. May we please have you on the stage, sir, as our final panelist. Architect and urban designer, graduated from SPA New Delhi, is the founding partner at First Principle, an urban design, architectural, and interior design practice with office at New Delhi for providing project advisory services across India for over 25 years. Over the past 32 years, he has successfully driven many urban design projects, including advisory services for large-scale TOD-based urban renewal projects, riverfront redevelopment proposals, industrial SEZs, and institutional projects. He has actively represented the profession as member, State Environment Appraisal Committee of Delhi, and Academic Council, and BOS to many institutions, including SPA New Delhi. He is currently the chapter chairman, Northern Chapter IIA, and represent India on the Arcasia Committee on Professional Practice. We are so glad to have each one of you here, and over to you, Mukul sir, now.
Thank you very much for that elaborate introduction. मुझे नहीं मालूम कितनों को क्या याद रहा है, but anyways, अभी वापस से I'll just announce the names and so that you can remember them. So to my left we have Sudhir, and the best part is Sudhir has come from Kerala. He's from Trivandrum. Immediate left I have Ashish, and he's from Delhi. To my immediate right we have Debatosh. Debatosh has come from Kolkata. And then of course we have Swaroop ji, who's come from Nepal. And we have Amit, who's come from Goa. So you have practically the whole of India sitting right in front of you, right? So this was my introduction. Let's also know our audience. To the left on the sofas, I believe we have our council members, IAA council members, and a few teachers and professors. On the right on the sofa, again, we have our Rajasthan architecture team and architects from Rajasthan. At the back on the right side, can you just shout out your college name? Great. That's the way I wanted to hear it. Purnima, can you outbeat them? Superb. That's the way. Okay, to my left. Oh, come on. Louder. Great. So, okay. So now we know any other college which I missed out? Ayojan. Great. So good. I mean, I'm so happy to have you people here, and I want you guys to be connected because it's once in a time you get to see and meet all these architects coming from all over India. So you must take this opportunity, and after the session also you should come forward and speak with them. Well, today we're going to talk about a very important topic because you must have noticed in the field you have a lot of alternates to stone. People are getting a little wary. They say, "Arey, patthar to sab lagate, chalo ye lagate the. Chalo ye laga lete hain." So today we are going to really talk about, is that true? I mean, stone in the age of glass and steel, are we losing the relevance of stone? Don't we, people who, especially in Rajasthan, in us in India, where we have an abundance of stone, shouldn't we reclaim the importance of stone in our building projects? Well, that is what we're going to talk about. But first, we've got to understand what is stone. I mean, Amit, what is stone? I mean, in your understanding.
Hello. So I've been as a student of science before I joined architecture. I took geology, and my teacher always told me, don't say stone, it's rock.
Oh.
So, you know, we used to saying
That's interesting.
rock. But as it may be, stone to me highlights many things. First of all, it contextualizes the material. That means everything that is, if there is stone which is marble, we can immediately understand it is from a certain part of the world. Laterite for Goa symbolizes Konkan area. Similarly, basalt is very local to us. So stone is contextual, historical, geographic, geological, and also emotional. So stone is something which is very, very rooted to the building. It just brings the building down to the soil. So that is the first imagination of stone for me, or the rock for me, is that it is from that place. So we are used to now, because of the modern elements, we're trying to move stone from here to there, and then there are different implications out of that. But essentially to me, stone is something of that place.
So practically you're saying that all of us have surnames, we have a family name.
Yeah.
And when we use a particular stone in a building, we are giving that building a surname.
You immediately connect it. I mean, this is
because it gets connected with the place.
Yeah.
And I think Gyaninder's presentation proves it, because when he said that he has used stone belonging to Rajasthan.
Gyaninder's problem is something else. He's got stones too many. So he can use everything around Rajasthan. We are lucky to have one or two different kinds of stones in our place. He can experiment on.
So that's the benefit of being in Rajasthan. But he definitely mentioned that in Savai Madhopur, because it's next to Kota and Mandana, he used that stone out there because it belonged to that place, which is a very important aspect. And now I'm speaking directly to the students. So do pay attention that this is a very important concept that you're going to use in your designs. That whatever material you use, especially stone, it should belong to that place. And Sudhirji, because you come from Trivandrum, what do you understand by stone, especially there?
Stone, of course, as Amit rightly said, I've got a lot of similarities to mangoes and bananas. Mangoes, the thing that grows at Ratnagiri area, like the Alfonso mango. If you have the seed, going and placing it, try to build it up in your soil, it will not have that same taste. There will be Alfonso mango coming out, but the taste will not be the same. Also, like bananas, the red banana that we have in our Kerala, if you try to plant it in Rajasthan, you give whatever you want, manure, water. Finally, when the banana comes out, it won't be red. So it's very soil specific, these two fruits. Like that, other fruits are there, which, for example, papaya. It's not soil specific. So stone is very, very specific to certain areas. So it's got a name, it's got a culture, it's got a feeling. So when you call about Kota, it's available only in Kota. And I am coming from Trivandrum. And as Gyanendra was blessed with, myriad of stones, we are blessed with only one stone, which is granite, which is a green granite, which has been taken out and exported completely to Italy. And it's a very expensive, very rare kind of a green granite, which is maybe 3,000, 4,000 rupees a square feet. So we don't use it at all. So what is available in our area, it's been given into a very, very expensive proposition. So there's a whole storyboard behind, what is a stone.
Wow, superb. So you actually mentioned a very important aspect, that when you use stone from some other place, it actually doesn't retain the same flavor as you would expect it. So Ashish ji, what is your favorite stone? I mean, you're from Delhi and you are sitting in the hub of all stones available in India.
Thank you, Mukulji. I think you left the situation very clearly saying that the stone, when it shifts from its location, changes its character, etc., and everything like that. And I come from a place which has no local stone. And that's the place where all experimentation happens with all the kind of stones. So fundamentally, if you see the place of origin of stone, there you will also have the origin of craft. So you will have craftsmen working in that area in a certain manner, which has been specialized over a period of time. And that craft becomes expensive when it is brought to a place like Delhi. Because you have to import labor, you have to import material from various areas. So fundamentally, that's where experimentation starts happening at a very different level, that you start employing technology. Because when you have to talk about costs at the end of the day, sometimes the labor goes beyond and people want a faster job and machines have started coming in. So you start redeveloping a craft at the level of technology, and then you can use any kind of a character on stone because you're not affected about what the person knows, because the machines start working on that. So you will find opulence, stone being used for opulence in places like Delhi, and experimentation happens on that, and it is only subservient to your imagination. Using CNC machines, using water jet cutting, you can use layers, you can use inlays, and you can design anything that you want. Busy patterns, less busy patterns. Now you are no longer affected about the craftsmanship which is being generated from a local space. So that's what comes from urban areas.
So what you've highlighted is another beautiful aspect of stone is that you just don't have to polish it. You can actually imprint on textures on top of it to change the character and experiment. And very truly said that when you don't have stone locally available, you tend to experiment further on the material to make it more intrinsic to that place. I'd like to ask Swaroopji, now he's come from Nepal, so definitely, what is the meaning of stone out there in Nepal, the importance?
Thank you, Mukul sir. Actually, I would like to thank IIA Jaipur, especially our friend Tusharji and entire IIA friends. It's our great pleasure in our part that because today I have my entire family here. We are enjoying. We saw so many things here. That's why I would like to thank entire IIA friends and the Jaipur friends and even the students. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be here. Thank you. मुकुल जी ने ऐसे पूछ लिया कि मेरे समझ में स्टोन क्या है. Actually, I'm from the lowland of Nepal. That's why most of the things are very similar to India. That's why I can speak and I can understand. Not exactly you people, but still I can speak and I can understand the Hindi there, because being the lowland resident. When we talk about the stone, in my opinion, when we talk about the stone, actually it is natural gifted material that can be found anywhere, whether that's India or in Nepal or anywhere. But this is the only one, the gift, what they call this, the God-gifted material that has made our life very easy and very interesting also. Because when we don't use or we don't see anything in the quarry there, but once we'll extract the stone, that is rock there, when we will extract the rock part from that's become the stone. And you can think that so many things that we can make it from that stone, that from single stone. That can be a sculpture, or that can be used for the our dwellings or residence. Yeah, I think one thing I remember there in our country, it is in far western part. We have seen there the earth shelter house that is, I think, constructed or made 100 years ago. But still that is existing there. Do you know why? It has a special property, special character that lasts long, that is durable. And that can be used in any part, anywhere. That's very, very magnificent things there. These are the things there. But when I saw the so many things here, in 2 days, I just move around because in the morning yesterday I couldn't attend the ceremony here, but we just went out there. The things we saw there, that was really, really good. We never thought, because there was something that we saw only in a picture, we saw in the movies there. We saw really, physically there, the real thing there. It's really impressive there. That's why I was really just thinking alone there. If it could be this kind of material in our place, maybe we can also do like that. We can also feel that the same thing that you are feeling here. Because in our place, maybe I'm taking a little bit more time. Can I take there? No. Yeah, okay. Yeah, like in our place, I don't know whether you people know that, because our place, our country is made of new mountains there. We don't have this kind of rocks there. That means once you will get the rock parts there, that is stone we don't have. Since being a young mountain there, we don't have this kind of stone there in our place. We have but very few, in very few places. Otherwise, we have mountains there, high mountains. You know that highest peak in the world, that's also in our country there. We have high mountains, everything is there, but the stone that we have been using is only for the stone masonry. If we want to build a small house there, we can use it there. But for the other things like outside,
the decoration part.
Yeah, decoration part. In decoration part, we don't have that much good quality of stone there. Those materials are used for this paving the grounds there, or in a stone masonry making the stone walls there. And there are some places we have a slates that we can use for the roofs also there. These are the materials we have found. But there are few places we have little bit different things. I don't know whether you have heard about the Kali Gandaki. That is that starts from the Muktinath. If you go there, you will be seeing there's so many saligram. That is, we believe that is the incarnation, one part of our Lord Vishnu. That's why whenever we find that stone, we'll keep it there, we will bring it that, and we will put it in our puja ghar there, and we'll worship there. These are the one very different thing. Then other thing is in Kathmandu. There are some places, there are very few quarries that we can bring the stone from there, and we can put the value there. We can add the value there. That means we can carve there. Like we can make a murtis there. There is one very good example of the stone. There is one that is a murti that is about 5 meter big. Bhagwan Vishnu's murti, that is in Narayanthan. We call that place Buddha Nilkantha also. That is the only one murti made of black stone. We call it a basalt. That is in Kathmandu there.
So I'll stop you here. And I've understood that you mentioned two major things.
Yeah.
One is that once you extract rock, it's basically up to your imagination as to how you're going to use it.
Yeah,
right?
Right.
And so that is one very, very important part, that stone has to be looked at a way of creativity.
Right.
So while moving from your discussion, I'm going to come to Devatosh. Devatosh is from Calcutta, and he's from that city where you have that beautiful Victoria Memorial and a lot of old British era buildings. What do you feel now in the modern part of Calcutta? Are we moving away from stone? Is stone losing its charm in Calcutta?
Good afternoon, and I must thank the organizer and Tushar especially for inviting me here. And, it is always fun and love, to come to Jaipur. So thank you so much, for inviting me. I have come from a place which is on the bank of the river Ganges, where it is meeting the sea. And in Bengal, there is no abundance of stone what we see here in your state. It's very few kind of stones which is available there. It is black stone. Sometimes it is not very good quality slate, which is available in the mountain. And, some laterite stone, which is very, it's a reddish color and it is porous. It absorbs moistures also. But I am born and brought up in a small town, which is not Calcutta. There, there are abundance of sand. It is very close to the sea. Then there was no stones. And when we came to Calcutta for study, then we saw some building with stone. Then we visited some palaces where the stones were coming from Italy, Italian marble there, and some building which is a village building which have been built with the laterite stone. So we have seen the stone as an expression of your wealth or expression of your stature. For the rich people, they wanted to show off their thing through stone, through marble, and sometimes they are importing that in those areas. Or else, the poorest of the poor people who are having their residences with the locally available stone, with the random rubble, brick, stonework. We have not seen the stone for the middle class people. It is irony because, it is not abundant. So we have come from that experience. Then when we studied architecture, get to know what is, stone, as you said, it is rock. Then in this era of 21st century, we have seen the globalization in architecture and the international style of architecture, which is evolving everywhere, which is the expression of the steel, glass, and man-made materials, which is very much having the embodied energy. But the stone what we have, or wherever we have, it is the most natural things what our Mother Earth has given to us, which is a product of thousands of years with very little embodied energy, probably which has been there for carrying those things, shifting from one place to another. So as far as the sustainability is concerned, no other building material is sustainable as sustainable the stone is. But in the modern era, are we using the stones in the building materials as a building materials? I think it's very few places.
So I think
the interiors, it has been used.
I'll pick up a question from you now. You've mentioned that the residences, some have red laterite and some have Italian also. And I'll push this question towards Ashish, that why is it that residences have stone cladding and these new IT buildings have steel and glass and not stone on them? Any specific reason?
Very simple. Economy, like Devatur said, if somebody has to give a character to his building, he would want to choose the best material to show him. And Marwadis in Calcutta or the rich people in Delhi would want to show their opulence, so stone cladding is an obvious material. And I'll just give you a small anecdotal story on that. When I do these projects with people, and people ask me, lot of these IT company guys who have made their money, when they have to do their personal houses, then they talk to us because we do their corporate projects, so they also ask us to come and do their homes. And then we tell them that since you have a home, I'll give you a very simple story. I know this guy who was the global CEO of HCL. And I had known him for 20 years, and he called me to do his house, and I had been helping out with him to take up his house over the last 20 years. Whenever he got some extra money from the company, he always spent on this house. So 20 years later, his wife called me and says, Ashish bhaiya, aap ek baar aiye. We have to do our lobby. So I said, ये आपके पे स्केल के ऊपर की बात है. अब लॉबी नहीं करनी, अब आपका पूरा घर करना पड़ेगा. So it took about 2 months for the gentleman to fix up a meeting with me. Officially, मैं तो कह सकता था, लेकिन घर में मिलने के लिए तो then he has to go through his wife, etc. and everything like that. And then we met and I told him that you need to change your whole house. He says, why? Everything is fine, nothing is leaking, there's no problem. And I don't have money. I said, I know you since the time you were driving a Maruti 1000. Now you have an S-Class parked outside. So either you give me your S-Class because it's feeling very bad standing outside your house, or you end up doing the whole house again. So it took him a month to do the whole house again. And then these are the people, when you really start working with them, they take interest. I'm talking about the educated people who have money, but they don't have opulence and they don't want to showcase opulence like that. So they understand how stone is being used and they really go working with you at every level. And you can really do a lot more experimentation with them because they are actually educated clients who work with you and seeing how to get the best potential out of the stone that you work on. And the other set of guys, when you said the IT companies, they are the engineering guys who are actually doing control on budgets. Will always say, "Paisa nahi hai, time nahi hai. Saste mein kya hoga? Stone cladding kaun karta hai?" Things should not be visible like this.
So that's very true. I mean, stone has its symbolism, its opulence, and that's why we all want to use it in a variety of ways. Now, Amit, ek baat batao. Have you ever had a chance to mix stone with modern materials like steel, glass के साथ में कभी use किया है?
Yeah, almost every time. So
Every time, wow.
To me, it is almost like a story of three brothers, like stone, if you call it a rock, are three brothers. One decided to stay back in the village. One decided to learn and go to university, became stylish and became transparent. And the third one went to a gym and became strong, which was steel. Essentially, they're coming from rocks.
Right.
So at certain cosmological level, they are the same material. So naturally, when they're together, they find a balance with each other. And I would not want to kind of pit one brother against the other. So, and everybody has got its own utility that way. Now, stone, what happens is it is much more emotional as an element because it's true to itself. It has not changed. It has remained to serve the country, the village, whatever, and everybody has a strong emotional connect with that stone because, of course, it didn't choose to go to USA. Whereas glass did all that, and that is why it is global today, and it has found use all over the world. But when they come together, they make an amazing harmony. And so many projects that we've seen in the past and many presentations, we don't have anything to show right now, but you have stone, you have glass, and naturally steel holds it light, has become like the, automatic, it's very easy way of balance between the three.
It's possible, you mean to say?
Sorry?
It's possible.
Of course it is possible. And that is the way. And even in the current scenario where, as Devatosh mentioned, that we cannot use structurally rock because the spans are large, the requirements are large. Steel does come into play to hold the whole structure together. And even in that case, if you want to use stone for the facade, for example, or flooring, at least for facade, you need steel again to hold it together.
So, Devatosh की बात ले ली है तो उनसे बात ही कर लेते हैं because he's going to leave very soon.
Yes.
है ना? So, अब आप ये बताओ, you've been the chairperson of Acacia Committee of Green and Sustainable this thing, and how have you been emphasizing on the use of stone along with other materials in your projects?
You see, stone, such a material, it shows its strength, it shows its beauty, and sometimes it shows its ruggedness also. So, you have to use it in an appropriate way. To me, and many of us, stone is a very, very honest material. Very honest material. But sometimes the way we use it is probably not that honest. So my submission will be, it has to be used in a very honest way. Like in some of my project, which was a commercial building, I thought that to show the stability of the building, the lower floor, which was cladded with stone, but we wanted to show that it is a stone masonry. It's not a fascia. But it requires a lot of stone. And that stone will be coming from probably your place. So the carriage and the carbon footprint will be very much. So in that case, we have cladded the thing. This is not the right way, probably, to me. It's not the honest way to use it. But with the help of the technology, now we are having the thinnest of the thinnest, slice of stone, which can be used as a facade material also.
So you mean to say first we used to face a challenge because the stone was very heavy, rugged, etc. Today with the help of new machines, new technology, laser cutting, you can actually slice the stone and make it very lightweight, right? And still get the same effect that you want to. So do you feel that Calcutta is seeing that transformation?
In Calcutta, there are many old buildings where it has been built with stone. And, interior, the stone, the use of stone is very, very innovative way that, people are doing it. But as a facade, again, as Ashish said, the finance and that control is there. And the opulence. So that is restricting the use of stone as a facade.
Superb, superb. So I'll take a 2-minute stop to the discussion and I'll request Tushar to come on stage and facilitate our speaker, Devatoshji, because he's got his flight.
I am sorry, I have to be excused, I have to catch my flight. So sorry for the next time. And I'll be able to answer you in the next opportunity probably, or you can mail it to me afterwards. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming.
We'd like to request architect Ashutosh Bhargav ji to kindly come up on the stage. Honorable Secretary, Honorable Joint Secretary, IIA Rajasthan Chapter. Can we have a huge round of applause for architect Devatosh Sahu ji?
So thank you, Devatosh, for being here with us. And it's, again, I told you, it's a great opportunity to have people from all over India to enlighten us as to what is happening in other parts so that we all get to know. Well, of course, here we are trying to establish how important stone as a material is, despite more modern materials coming in, more man-made materials coming in. So my next question is to Sudhir. So Sudhir comes from a place where he mentioned that stones are not available locally. So how do you do, I mean, what are you doing out there? Are you getting stones from Rajasthan, or are they coming from Italy or Chennai? Where?
You are mentioning about IT building. Even if Bill Gates builds a house, his flooring will be Italian marble. no other material is available. So even if he builds a building with glass and steel, his house, definitely the flooring, the most expensive flooring will be only Italian marble. Wow. Okay, so that's the answer. And also now, as a lot of opportunities are there in areas like Calcutta and Kerala where the stone is not available as abundant in Rajasthan. We used to come here in Rajasthan. There are a lot of companies here, huge companies. They bring the blocks here and make the slices and give it to us as per our specifications. And there's a lot of collection here, and always, of course, Rajasthan is a market for us for getting. Now again, Bangalore is also another market. Delhi is also another market wherein we can go and select the marble. So marble or granite. So that's where we do.
So you do use stone, basically.
Sorry?
You use stone, that means.
A lot.
A lot.
A lot, yeah. That's only flooring material which is durable and maintenance free.
So I want to ask Ashish one thing, because I heard it somewhere, and again I'd like the students to pay attention on this aspect, that someone told me that there's a medical benefit by putting marble and stones on the floor and walking barefoot on it. Are you aware of the medical benefits?
I am in a different profession, sir. I will not be able to comment on this.
So, okay. So that's one point. Of course, very simple, that we do get grounded when we walk barefooted, number one. Number two, most of our stones are limestones and calcium carbonates. So that also helps us in removing the negative aspects of our body from and through the floor. So right from beginning, we've been having either lime floors or limestone floors, so that our health and aura remains correct, basically. Well, coming to Amit. Amit, tell us something more about laterite and the way you use it in Goa. We don't have laterite out here in Rajasthan.
Yeah, so Goa has got this ferrous deposits. So laterite is essentially ferrous stone. And as it exposes itself to the atmosphere, it becomes ferric, which becomes harder. And so that is how traditionally we've been just excavating hilltops, making quarries and using them for construction. But that is not the most traditional way of doing it. We used to do it in mud and timber earlier, adobe kind of construction. But now laterite became the most common material. But laterite as a material has a personality. That means there are monuments also which has accidentally got exposed without plastering. But it has got a personality. That means if you do a complete, like a monolith architecture with laterite, it has a good character. So people in the modern age started keeping it exposed to their detriment, because that stone is not supposed to be kept exposed, because it has got crevices and water seepage issues happen to them and all those nonsense happen. So essentially laterite is supposed to be covered with plaster or some sort of a mortar or lime or something like that. But this is what we've been using for the longest time, but it is heavy. And now because of its, it is not a very sustainable, because that rock, more and more we are cutting for everything. First of all, that part of that rock we are cutting for creating iron, because most of our hillocks, Goa is a very important iron ore supplying place for the country. So that a lot of our hills are getting cut for iron ore and also for construction. So now other materials we are trying to explore.
Okay, so you actually don't want to use laterite?
Not so much, because it's creating a lot of destruction of green.
So that's a very interesting question, because a lot of people say stone is a green material, and a lot of people say when you quarry stone, you create another unsustainable aspect.
Stone is a very sustainable material with the entire life span of the project. I mean, you can have a building which can last for 300 years in stone. Nothing can happen, or more. Nothing can happen to that. That is why it is sustainable. But in the short duration, it is not a sustainable material, because you do a lot of damage to the hill. And it's all over the world, it's the same story.
So, Swarupji, give us one example of a stone building in Kathmandu, which you like a lot. I mean, one example.
Okay, thank you. Not exactly building. I would like to give the example of one mandir.
Temple. Of course, temple is also.
Krishna mandir. That entire temple is made of basalt stone. That is, we call it there Kalodunga. That's made of that. And that has a gajur of 21, that temple has. That is entirely made of stone there. And another one more very interesting thing is, that is the mandir that where the leelas of the Krishna are crafted there inside the temple there. That is the good thing of that temple there, yeah.
Okay, okay, that's interesting. I mean, temples, of course, in Nepal have been, I mean, revered, and a lot of people from India go there. And don't you think that this stone is kind of a timeless material, so it gives that aspect to your buildings? How do you look at it?
It is definitely a timeless material, because I come from Delhi, and most of the historic buildings that in Delhi are done in stone, and they have been there 400 years and more.
Example?
At Fort, which everybody knows in the country. There are other things. Qutub Minar is there. Many other buildings are there. Every other building they were just using stone, and that's mortarless. I mean, they're just standing by gravity, and it has survived for so many years.
And the interesting part is it's red sandstone, which is the softest.
Absolutely.
One of the softest sandstones.
Absolutely. So at Delhi, you will find example of stone coming from all over Rajasthan and other places, and Italy now, like he said, because once you're rich, you have to import it from Italy, otherwise it's not visible.
Another question. Have you faced any difficulty in convincing your client to use stone? उसने कहा नहीं 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 टाइल यूज करो, ये stone क्यों लगा रहे हो?
Simple सी बात है यार. I just tell them you are the last generation which is going to use the natural material. Next generation is never going to use natural material.
तब तक
craftsmanship नहीं होगा, skill नहीं समझ में आएगा, material will become expensive.
हाँ हाँ. So now you mentioned craftsmanship. Now that brings me to another question. In fact, आप लोग ध्यान से सुनना, ये राजस्थान में we are full of wonderful craftsmen. आपने अभी वहाँ पे देखा होगा शिल्पग्राम लगा हुआ है एग्जिबिशन में, और उसमें आपको देखने को मिलेगा the kind of कारीगरी that is available in stone work. I mean in stone which you can work on, not just sculptures, but inlay works and of course smaller artifacts, etc. So as architects, do we have a social responsibility to promote these craftsmen so that the younger generation of the same craftsmen feel, yes, this is a profitable business? So स्वरूप जी, आप क्योंकि काठमांडू में देखते हो इतना सारा क्राफ्ट का काम होता है, और अभी भी नेपाल में वो क्राफ्ट्समैन हैं जो वो उस समय का काम करते थे. Don't you feel as architects we should be doing this?
Definitely. Actually, if I talk to about the Nepal, that how the stone work is going on there. A while ago, I told you that there we don't have that kind of good stone that can be carved, or that can be molded, or that can be changed in any form that can there can be added the value there. We have very few quarries there where we can extract the stone and we can make the sculpture or any other things. But I have felt one thing. Do you know why? When I reached here the day before yesterday, and I just went out there. When I saw the crafts, man, they did their job there. It's really impressive there. In our place, we don't have like that. Maybe there could be two reasons there. One reason, maybe we don't have that kind of stone. That's why the people couldn't do all these things. Maybe there are some stones there that can be molded or that can crafted, but the skill labor are not there.
But you're doing the same thing in wood.
Yeah.
Actually,
but in wood, we have. In wood, we are really rich. We have so many temples, so many our heritage sites. MTAs are made up. Mahin butta se bana hua hai. It's really good there.
So I think I can comfortably conclude out here our session that definitely stone is a timeless material. There is no other material which can replace it. And when we relate it to steel and glass, of course, steel and glass can be used in combination with stone. but I don't see any kind of character or opulence, as you mentioned, in a completely steel or glass building, because it's practically a temporary situation. We all know stone means permanence. So thank you very much to all our panelists here. Thank you, audience. Let us hear a round of applause for yourself also. And if anyone has a question, we'll be happy to take it. Otherwise, back to you.
We do have questions.
Oh, go ahead, please, Archana.
Mike.
Archana, I think mic from here, from the stage itself.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My question is related to the panelists coming from warm and humid climate, sir from Goa and from Kerala. Considering the time lag of stone, which is of course more than the other materials, so how do you look at use of stone in habitable buildings? So what is your take on that? Would you prefer use of stone in more residential building, or it is generally meant for the hospitality sector?
No, so it can be for both. We do a lot of residences, so we use a lot of stone in residences. But it can also be used for resorts or hospitality-related projects. But I say stone is the second best material for construction. The first material could be timber. Timber is generally the more suitable material for immediate construction needs, most sustainable material for human needs. But that I would say that probably because my bias is towards green, because we've got a lot of plants, trees, and we can sustainably plant more trees, and we can make it a proper cyclic construction. But otherwise, we've got examples and examples where we've made the families in Goa, we are used to planting trees for our grandchildren. And the grandchildren then cut those trees and build their own houses. So it becomes a very sustainable way of doing things. But second best is stone. We can, of course, make it.
Sorry, due to the limitation of time, we'll have to take the questions later.
Okay.
And
one point, just for the sake of students.
Okay, sure.
I'm also a professor at the university. So many students, I'm in Hyderabad. Many students I speak to, and I ask them whether rocks, stones are dead or alive. So many students say that no, it's a dead. It's a living being. Rocks, stones are living beings. They see you, they have memories, they have emotions, and the rocks are healers. Just now you asked a question. Rocks are healers. They are used in our spas on the back. They heat the rocks and then keep, so it heals you. So the rocks also, you wear earrings, you wear necklaces. Everything has frequency and certain, curative properties. So rocks have lot of dimensions. So they are living, which also talk to us in many projects I do as a landscape architect. They talk to me. So I don't know. It's a how you look at things. So like animals, everything.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And
thank you so much to our panel. Can we have a huge round of applause for our panel? And may I please now invite on stage Architect Ashutosh Bhargav ji, Honorable Joint Secretary, IIA Rajasthan Chapter, to acknowledge all our panelists and our moderator. I thank all our panelists and speakers and moderators on behalf of the JAF team. Thank you so much for delivering the knowledge session with so much of in-depth inquiry into every topic. Can we have a huge round of applause for our panelists and our moderator? Thank you, everyone. Thank you, gentlemen. I request my team to kindly make the arrangements for the next ceremony. We'll be shortly proceeding with the valedictory ceremony for the evening. Over the last 2 days, the Jaipur Architecture Festival has unfolded as a vibrant saga of thought-provoking keynote sessions, insightful master speaks session, and engaging panel discussions, each adding depth to our collective understanding of architecture and the built environment. The festival also celebrated emerging talent through student installation alongside prestigious 13th All India Architectural Award recognizing excellence from across the country. The winners of the online reel making and installation shall be announced shortly, so I want all the students to be here and around for the final announcement of the winners. With the rich and interactive exchange of ideas and inspiration and innovation, we would soon be proceeding with the valedictory ceremony. I would like to invite on stage Shri Sudhir Garg ji, General Secretary, Rajasthan Laghu Udyog Bharati, to join the dais, please. Shri Mahendra Mishra ji, President Laghu Udyog Bharati, Jaipur Prant. Architect Wu Jiang, President ARC Asia. Architect Tushar Sogani, Chairman IIA Rajasthan Chapter, Jaipur Architecture Festival. Shri Ashish Deora, National Joint Secretary, Laghu Udyog Bharati, along with Shri Deepak Ajmera, Vice Chairman SEDOS, Sunita Sharma, General Secretary, Jaipur Prant Laghu Udyog Bharati. May we please have you on the stage? May we please have all the dignitaries on the stage, please? Sunita Sharma, General Secretary, Jaipur Prant Laghu Udyog Bharati. Shri Deepak Ajmera ji, Vice Chairman SEDOS. Shri Ashish Deora, National Joint Secretary, Laghu Udyog Bharati. Architect Tushar Sogani, Curator JAF. Architect Wu Jiang, President ARC Asia. May we please have you on the stage? Shri Mahendra Mishra ji, President Laghu Udyog Bharati, Jaipur Prant. Shri Sudhir Garg ji, General Secretary, Rajasthan Laghu Udyog Bharati. Our chief guest and guest of honor would be arriving shortly.
Can I have all the students here? Can you raise your hands? So you are going to receive the prize for your nice installation. And I think a great round of applause for all the students from all the universities. And that too, you are going to get the award from the minister, honorable minister. And let me tell you, all the students, whether you receive the award or not, all the colleges have done a fantastic job. So a great round of applause for all of you. Winning and losing is something, but when your participation was witnessed by all the international architects also, I was discussing with Professor Wu Jiang, Architect Swaroop, the way in which you guys have done, and it really shows that how passionate you are for this architecture education. Are you? You are not? You are not passionate for this education? A bit louder? Okay. So because, architects are going to build this nation to a very, very greater elevation. So your role I do not call you as a student, I call you as budding architects. You guys are budding architects because you are the ones who are going to actually build this nation and take the flag of this country to next level. So just we are waiting for our chief guest. In the meantime, can any one of you explain that, what persuaded to come up with this installation? Any students who were a part of the installation team? It's an opportunity being given to you. No one? Who was there who was actually explaining to the jury? Oh, you are from which college? So you were there explaining the jury? Can you have mic to them? Where's the mic? Mic this side. Idhar beech mein. And trust me, this is one of the most dignified profession in the world. So yes, we want to hear from you. tell us something about your installation.
So good evening, everyone. We are from Ayojan School of Architecture, and the installation that we had for the Jaipur Architecture Festival was basically driven from the catenary arch. The basic prelims was for making a structure that was quite economical, but still had its structural value. And thus, the basic concept for our installation was nothing for that we had to replicate, but we instead tried and reinterpreted the basic elements that we had in the vernacular architecture of the nation.
Very nice. Great round of applause. So if Ayojan guys have spoken something, yeah, from that college, which college you are from? Will you please, can someone give mic to? Can someone from the console team please pass on the mic?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I am from VGU, and I am a third-year architecture student, and myself, Anurag Upadhyay. So I am here to telling you about our structure. So our structure name was Shila Star, and Shila means stone, and Star means layer. And we have making our model in 4 layers. So the ground layer was basically designed by redstone. And why we should use redstone? Because redstone was basically used in older mahals for making construction of the old mahals. The redstone was used. So that's why the base of our model was made by redstone. And the upper layer was given by shading device. And the third layer was given by venturing effect, which was also given in the Hawa Mahal. And the fourth model, which we call as the crown of our model, was basically designed by the blue pottery. So we have designed our model by 4 layers, giving the architecture aspect. So that's all I just want to tell you in here.
Thank you. Great number. From Purnima? Yeah, she want to speak. Introduce yourself also first.
Hello, I'm from Purnima University, and when we were installing, so when we were working on our installation, we just had 2 things in mind, actually 2 keywords, like space and stone. So we went on to thinking, let's start from the very root, and we thought, let's try to understand what space actually is. So then we thought that if we keep us designers aside and we just look at the very generic term space, then what came to us that usually in layman language, people consider like, if it's like a 2x2 box or 4x8 box and you build some walls there, it's a space. But that is just not space. You know, home is a space. A single wall also can be a space. Then we thought about timelessness. So right from the beginning of the time and till date, even when we were as a kid and we were asked to build a space, the first space that used to come to our mind was our home. And when we used to draw our home, the first image is that one triangular roof, then a rectangle beneath it, and that we started associating with space. And triangle is a very stable form. It's very stable. The geometry is very stable. Then stone itself is timeless. And one thing we had, like right from the very beginning, that we do not want to depict stone by any other medium like thermocol or MDF or anything. We wanted to use it naturally. We wanted to experience it. We wanted to use the cutter, use the grinders, cut it from our own hands, use hammer, crush it. Initially we thought we would use stone veneers, but then we were like, why buy ready-made stone veneer? Why not create our own stone veneer? So we collected those crushed stone, then crushed it more, used araldite, pasted it. We went to a laborer, asked him how to use araldite, how to make it dry faster. So we just wanted to experience the stone. That was the entire motive, that was the entire thought process that we had.
Very nice. I think, look at the way these students are so passionate. When they start working from their own hand, then they will actually understand the value of this material stone. And in the last few panel discussions and few keynote sessions, I think you must have understood how architects at this stage of their profession is also handling stones. It is one of those materials which need to pay a lot of respect. And I think stone, as someone told, stone is life, it is life. So any other college want to speak? Yes, please pass on the mic. Which college you are from? I think Vanasthali need a great round of applause because this is one college which I am seeing for last so many years, since my birth, and I am 50 years old. This college is dedicated for women education. And hats off to the women of this country, Yes, please.
Thank you. So the intent behind our design installation was to take all the users that we have to different points in time at one place. While we are talking about designing, we often consider user experience and phenomenology as a greater aspects when we design. So based on that, we came up with the idea for our installation. And while due to certain limitations from our end, we couldn't design it in stone actually, but it is very much feasible to have that design made it in stone as well.
I think your installation reminds me of a very massive stone structure that was looking actually like a South Indian temple, I don't know. What was it? I just saw it from the roofing. Any other student want to speak? Yes. Can you pass the mic to that student?
Hello everyone. Our project name is...
You're from which college?
MIT University.
Okay.
Our project was inspired from the mud fuska designs. Basically, we are using sandstone jalis so that air comes inside the buffer zone and the air gets cooled. The inner areas of the houses should feel the cooler regions. We usually use the designs, basically the fragments of terracotta to cool the air.
Okay.
Hello, sir. We have basically thought about what we can use our older technologies in newer days, and we have taken the lattice work that our ancestors have used, and we have made a bit of changes to that. We have added an air column in which we have filled terracotta shells, and we have circulated that with a gravity drip with water, so that whenever it needs, the terracotta pieces are always wet. So when the air passes through it, the dust and whatever impurities are in the air, they will be filtered out, as well as the air that is hot, that is coming from outside, will become cold. So that was our main purpose. One was to reduce the usage of electricity and have a natural coolant. Second was to use it as an air purifier as well as a humidifier, because if you put in a few drops of aromatic oil or something, it can also be used as an aromatic dispenser. So it has multiple uses, and we have also given solutions how to use it on a small scale and a larger scale. So that was our entire project.
Very nice. Any other college? All college done? So can anyone please explain me, what were the challenges, maybe from the coordinator side, architect Nishtha is here. So Nishtha was the one who actually come up with the synopsis of this theme which was given to you. And actually, it was, very close to our heart when we floated this installation competition to the students. And would really like to hear from Nista, Nista, what were the challenges in handling the students, when they were asked to come up with a design brief? You can come and speak here.
Hi, good evening, everyone. First off, I would like to thank everyone, Laghu Udyog Bharti, RICO, SIDOS, as well as IIA for providing a platform where I was able to get in touch with so many of them, especially the students and the architects. It was a great fun time, I must say. Challenge, ज़्यादा कुछ हुआ नहीं. जैसे competition brief सबको समझ में आ गया था, I feel everyone enjoyed doing the installation. I can still see students actually enjoying it, and especially the response of people who actually saw the kind of installations you guys did. It was amazing. I loved you guys. 3 cheers for all the colleges. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nishta, for doing such a wonderful work. But I would like to even, congratulate Juhi also. And you won't believe there was a tragic news from her family yesterday. But she stood still so strong. And in spite of her death in her family, her nani passed away. She was here for this Jaipur Architecture Festival. This is what dedication is all about, the profession. And Nishta and Juhi were the strong pillar of this event, Jaipur Architecture Festival. I was just being designated as curator. I did nothing, But both these girls need a great round of applause, And may I have more and more strong pillars like this to our association where we can collaborate with the government at such level, They were interacting with Wu Jiang from China. They were interacting with architect Swaroop from Nepal. And I think these 2 girls did a fantastic job for us. And they were coordinating every day, every minute, they were coordinating with all the delegates. And thanks to my National Council also, the Indian Institute of Architects, who has actually come to this event. And we did a council meeting here. And they all were from 24 different states. And they all are from different parts of the country. And the power of stone, everyone knows in their region how strong it is, how impactful it is. So I think this architecture festival was basically to sensitize the use of stone in our architectural build forms. Because there was a time when there was, no flexibility in terms of materials, then the stone was the only material which our ancestors could have used. And that's why, in those era, they came up with a very sensible, sustainable, and a timeless architecture. And when now, in today's era, where we have got lots and lots of materials to play with, like those Vanistali guys, you made that stone structure which looks like a stone from a different material because you were having the flexibility of the material. Today we have got GRC. I'll give you a very interesting example. I was in New Jersey. So there they made that Swami Narayan Mandir. And that Swami Narayan Mandir I was told that, Carrara stone is used. But the scale was so huge. Moment I just raised my eyes a bit when I put my eye level above more than 25, 30 feet. So I could see that certain, that at certain point GRC was being used. But that GRC was actually looking like a stone if you look from, at a distance. So these days, we have so much strong materials which gives you an artificial feel of the material which are actually natural. But artificial is artificial, natural is natural. So I think, as I told, the very reason for this festival was to sensitize amongst ourselves and the fraternity, and the student fraternity, budding architects, that, we should try and respect this material. And when you have got such a support, strong support from the government also, where they also want to promote this industry, because we have got a lot of quarries, and as you know, as in the panel discussion also it was being discussed, that there is lots and lots of stone quarries in this part of the world, that is Rajasthan. If you talk about Jalore granite, if you talk about Baswada marble, if you talk about Jaisalmer sandstone, if you talk about Bansi Barpur, you know, we got lots and lots of stones. And I think we, being the professionals and the students, we should understand that how this material is being quarried, then processed, then being conceived, and then being executed at the site. You just understand the stages. So if you apply any stone, now I'm speaking very commercially, how many, you know, hands it is going out with commercially? Curing. So that means the landowner, they give the quarry on the lease. So it's a business. Then extraction of the stone. Lots and lots of earth movers are being used. So again, an economics, a commercial viability. Then they need the transportation to displace that block to the processor. Again, transport is one of the biggest ecosystem in the entire process. Then it goes to the processor. He again buys some machines, and then they process it. And then finally, we architect get the job because of the stone, you know, because a client understands that an architect is the only person who can handle the stone. So it gives business to us architects also, because stones are there. And then finally it goes to retailers. They earn money out of it. And then finally, you know, the end user uses stones in his or her project. So just understand, you know, that whatever products we are using, that to a product like stone, you know, what are the different transitions, what are the different stages which gives you a process. And just waiting for our chief guest, our MC will take over the mic. And all the best. Keep your heartbeat strong. Let's see who the winner is going to be. And all the best. Good luck.
Can we have a louder response for each one of you? You work so hard in all the installations. Let's give a huge round of applause to whoever is sitting here. So I would just like to take a moment to thank our sponsor, KGK Stone, for sponsoring the delegate kits and badges and lanyards. May we have the video of our sponsor, please?
Unite, inspire, transform, as we unveil the breathtaking saga of KGK Group and its group businesses. KGK Group, a legacy of excellence that began in 1905, has evolved into a global conglomerate, spanning continents and embracing every aspect of the gems and jewelry industry. Introducing KGK Stones, where nature's marvels are transformed into enduring works of art. With our very own minds, we venture into the depths of the earth, unearthing nature's treasures, where we operate multiple quarries using cutting-edge technology and sustainable practices. We breathe life into raw stones, shaping them into magnificent creations that defy expectations. Discover our mesmerizing beauty, where each natural stone embodies timeless allure. From customizable designs to exquisite slabs, we turn your dreams into reality, transforming every corner of your living space. Our commitment to excellence has made KGK Stones a global sensation. From the Middle East to the Far East, from Europe to America, and across the vast landscapes of Africa, our natural stones adorn living spaces with unparalleled grace and elegance. At the core of our values lies a commitment to environmental friendliness and sustainability. We firmly embrace the concept of giving back to society. Welcome to the mesmerizing world of KGK Stones, where beauty meets craftsmanship, innovation intertwines with sustainability, and our shared vision drives us towards excellence.
Thank you. I now request Manan to kindly play the Instagram reels that we've received on the online competition that we were having. It's very interesting, and I think everybody here will really cherish watching it.
This might just be the most powerful use of stone in the entirety of Indian architecture. ना कोई कंक्रीट ना कोई परत, ये है उमेद भवन पैलेस जोधपुर। चित्ता सैंडस्टोन डेंस और फाइन ग्रेन होता है। ये दिन में हीट स्लोली अब्सॉर्ब करता है और रात में स्लोली रिलीज करता है। इतनी मोटी दीवारें सजावट नहीं, संरक्षण करती हैं। And yet, look closer. यही पत्थर सॉफ्ट बन जाता है, जालीज में तराशा जाता है, आर्ट डेको लाइंस में पॉलिश किया जाता है, डोम्स में स्कल्प्ट किया जाता है। एक ही पदार्थ और हजारों अभिव्यक्तियां। स्थानीय पत्थर के उपयोग से परिवहन कम हुआ, कारीगरों को रोजगार मिला और ये महल जलवायु और दृश्य दोनों ही रूप से जोधपुर के प्रतिनिधि बन गए। उमेद भवन दिखाता है क्या होता है जब मटेरियल लीड्स डिजाइन। These stones don't just stand tall, they tell a story. This might just be the most powerful use of stone in the entirety of Indian architecture.
क्या सोच रही है?
क्या ये पत्थर पेंटेड है?
नहीं नहीं, ये है जोधपुर का लोकल रेड सैंडस्टोन, जिसने इस फोर्ट को पहचान दी है। ये सैंडस्टोन इसी पहाड़ी की लोकल क्वेरी से निकला है, जहाँ से मेहरानगढ़ ने अपना रूप लिया। चीसल और हैमर के साथ मारवाड़ के कारीगरों ने इस पत्थर को कला में बदल दिया। सैंडस्टोन की कार्विंग क्वालिटी ने पॉसिबल बनाया फाइन झरोकास, जालीज और डिफेंसिव वॉल्स, जहाँ ब्यूटी और स्ट्रेंथ दोनों साथ चलते हैं।
मतलब इसका आर्किटेक्चर स्मार्ट है।
हाँ बिल्कुल, डेजर्ट हीट में ये स्टोन इंटीरियर को नेचुरली कूल रखता है, जिस कारण दिन में हीट एब्जॉर्ब करता है और रात को रिलीज करता है। अब समझ आया, ये सिर्फ फोर्ट नहीं है।
हाँ, ये पत्थर में बना हुआ इतिहास है।
One of Jaipur's hidden architectural treasures, Jagat Shiromani Temple, the most fascinating part of this temple.
रिपोर्ट्स बताती है कि अयोध्या में बनेगा।
I request our technical team to kindly play the sound. I request the technical team to kindly play the Stonemart glimpses.
Center for Development of Stones, CDOS, was established by Government of Rajasthan and Rajasthan State Industrial Development and Investment Corporation, RICO, in the year 1998 with broad objectives to develop, promote and support dimensional stone sector and related industries in India. CDOS is a center of excellence and reference point for the entire dimensional stone industry. CDOS is the only organization of its kind in India, covering the entire gamut of the dimensional stone sector, and members of trade and industry are active members of CDOS. Huge resources of best quality dimensional stones such as granite, marble, flaggy limestone, sandstone, slate and quartzite are available abundantly in India. Today, stones are being used in a wide range of applications, from residential building, construction, infrastructure sector, exterior facade, and interior designs to sculpture and landscaping. Such extensive usage of stones calls for use of proper stone for proper application. Detection of natural defects in stones play a vital role in the quality assessment. It is possible only when physical characteristics, chemical composition and mineral constituents of stones are known to the users, which requires testing of the stones. To provide best testing facilities as per national and international standards, a state-of-the-art testing center for dimensional stones has been established in the year 2005 at CDOS complex with the assistance of Ministry of Mines, Government of India, Government of Rajasthan, United Nations Industrial Development Organization and RICO. At present, almost all essential physio-mechanical tests are being performed as per American, European and Indian standards. The Stone Testing Laboratory is certified by ISO and accredited by National Accreditation Board for Testing and Calibration Laboratories, NABL. Tests are being conducted by highly skilled and well-qualified lab personnel at a very competitive charges. Important physio-mechanical tests. In order to ascertain physical characteristic of stones, following important tests are being performed. Compressive strength test. It indicates load-bearing strength of stone. Flexural strength test. Bending of stone due to application of load. Abrasion resistance test. Wearing of stone due to foot traffic. Water absorption indicates quantity of water absorbed by stone while in contact with water during rain or other water applications. Frost resistance, variation in characteristics of stone due to temperature variation. Impact resistance, rupture energy. Breakage of stone on applying load and release of energy is measured. Slip resistance, measurement of coefficient of friction of floor surface. Specular gloss, measurement of shining of polished stone. Bulk density, difference of mass in proportion to volume. Bulk specific gravity. Specific gravity is ratio of density of stone in comparison to water. Mohs hardness, Related hardness of stone is tested as per scale provided by scientist Mo from 1 to 10. Chemical testing facilities. The laboratory is well equipped for conducting chemical analysis of dimensional stones and other industrial minerals for 6 radicals like silicon oxide, calcium oxide, magnesium oxide, loss on ignition, iron oxide, aluminium oxide is being undertaken. Members of stone trade
I
and
request
industry
everyone standing
desirous of
outside to kindly
prevailing
assemble
testing
inside, please, and
facilities
settle down. Our guests will be arriving shortly.
under one roof.
They are in the campus and would be here any minute.
Before cities, before borders, before time was measured, stone was here, watching civilizations rise and quietly watching them fade. In Rajasthan, stone did not just build structures, it shaped history. What once took generations of hands now meets the precision of a new age. Tradition was never replaced. It evolved, with respect for the material and mastery over time. From this land, stone begins a journey far beyond its birthplace, across continents, across climates, across cultures. You may not know its origin, but the world stands on it. Centuries apart, miles away, yet connected by stone that refuses to fade. Rajasthan stone is not from the past beat, it is present everywhere the world is built.
Before design, before architecture, nature began its work. Over millions of years, deep beneath the earth, pressure, heat, and time shaped something eternal. Granite, marble, sandstone, quartzite, each stone formed over centuries, each pattern impossible to replicate, a material born of ages, made to last for generations. This journey begins in Rajasthan, where geology meets legacy, where stone is not just mined. Advanced quarrying technology enables precision extraction, minimal waste, maximum recovery, responsible practices. Natural stone, one of the world's most sustainable building materials. Massive stone blocks begin their journey from quarries to India's stone processing hubs. Raw strength, now in motion. Here, technology meets craftsmanship. Blocks are transformed into flawless slabs, honed, polished, revealing textures shaped only by nature. Precision at scale, beauty by design, sculpted into artifacts, bathtubs, wash basins, and bespoke elements. Every piece, a balance of machine accuracy and human skill, a material that ages beautifully and grows richer with time. From the depths of the earth to the world of design, this journey of natural stone is showcased by India's Stonemart.
I request everyone in the pre-function area to kindly come in Mugda Hall as our guests would be arriving shortly. Our chief guest, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwalji, Ministry of Law and Justice, Honorable Minister of State Government of India, will be here with us shortly, along with Sri Kolu Ravindra Garu, Honorable Minister of Mines, Government of Andhra Pradesh. I request everyone outside to kindly assemble in the Mugda Hall as we are soon to commence our valedictory ceremony. I request architect Mukul Goyal ji to kindly join us on the stage and please say a few words.
Good evening once again, and great to see all the students here, and I hope this session has been useful to all of you. And right from the morning, we've been looking at the various ways of using stone. So now I would like to hear about some takeaways. How many of you have seen and understood some things about this session? Do we have the mic here? Mic koi. एक बार पीछे mic ले जाओ. I think somebody would like to share. Let's hear it, and the points are going to be added to the college. So let me see who's going to stand up first. Mic कौन ले गया? कौन ले गया mic? गए? हाथ खड़ा कर दो please. Anybody wants to talk about his takeaway from भाई पूरे दिन बैठे हो, कुछ मेहनत की है तो डेफिनेटली कुछ लेके ही जाना. ऐसे खाली हाथ चले गए तो दिन वेस्ट हो जाएगा. So I'll announce. पूर्णिमा से कौन बोल रहा है? पूर्णिमा, where are you? Yes. Yeah, I can see a hand go up. And 2, 3, 4. Mic, please. Yes. That's it. Mic कौन ले गया है? दे दो ना उनको. Please go ahead and give it to the. एक तो I think somebody else has to take the mic. थोड़ा सा देने के लिए. पीछे जाके खड़ा हो गया. इधर. Yeah, finally. So, एक ही लड़की है क्या पूर्णिमा में? Come on. Let's hear it. चलो तुम चालू करो, थोड़ी हिम्मत बंधेगी बाकियों की. That's it. एक मिनट माइक देना मेरे को. और नहीं है? ऑन है, ऑन है. हेलो, 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 हेलो. This one is on. Hello, hello. Hello. Yeah. So let's hear it from you. मेरे ख्याल से मैं नीचे ही आ जाता हूँ. ऐसे तो बोलेंगे नहीं. हाँ जी. I'll just see कहाँ तक चलता है. Yes, go ahead. Come on. Let's hear some takeaways. Go ahead. You can speak. अच्छा. You don't have a mic.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Gauri Khandelwal from Poonama University. So basically, when I was visiting the Stonemart, this big exhibition that we have had exhibited today and visited today, so I just went through it and I got to know, various finishes in the same stone, leather finish, smooth finish, how just the texture could completely change the entire narrative of the stone, and how it could beautify it into various ways, lattice work, engraving, a lot of ornamental pieces that could carved out of it. So it was great experience.
Thank you. Our chief guest would be arriving
Thank
shortly.
you. Thank you very much. Give a large round of applause for Purnima. Yes.
And let's welcome our chief guest for the ceremony, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji. Can we have a huge round of applause for Sir? Ministry of Law and Justice, Honorable Minister of State Government of India. Along with him, we have Shri Kolu Ravindra Garuji, Honorable Minister of Mines, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Can we have a huge round of applause for our chief guests and guests? I thank both our chief guests and guests of honor for gracing the occasion. May I request Mr. Naresh Parekh ji, National Joint Secretary, Laghu Udyog Bharati, to kindly join us on the stage to felicitate our chief guest, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji. Along with him, I request Mr. Vimal Katiyar ji, Executive Member of Laghu Udyog Bharati, Rachita Agarwal, Executive Member of Jaipur Sambhag, Ritu Agarwal ji, Joint Secretary, Jaipur Sambhag. Next, we would like to felicitate our guest for the evening, Shri Kolu Ravindra Garuji. May I now like to invite Mr. Chandra Prakash Vyas ji, Jaipur Joint Secretary, Jaipur Prant, Lalit Ahuja ji, Prahladpura Ikai President, Laghu Udyog Bharati, Ms. Vishali Vashish, President, Jagatpura Ikai, Anil Parikh ji, Sitapura Ikai President. Can we have a huge round of applause for both our dignitaries and our special guest on the dais? I would further now request Sri Mahindra Mishra ji, President Jaipur Prant Laghu Udyog Bharati, to kindly deliver the welcome address to the gathering. Thank you.
भगवान विश्वकर्मा एवं माँ भारती के चरणों में प्रणाम करते हुए आज के जेफ के इस समापन कार्यक्रम में हमारे पधारे हुए केंद्रीय मंत्री माननीय अर्जुन राम जी मेघवाल, जिनका सहयोग और मार्गदर्शन हमें जब से हमने इंडस्ट्री लगाई है तब से मिलता आ रहा है और जो आज तक निरंतर जारी है। माननीय श्री कोल्लू रविंद्र गारू जी, जो कि आंध्र प्रदेश से आज इस कार्यक्रम में भाग लेने तो पधारे हैं, आप वहाँ खनन मंत्री हैं। मेरे साथ कार्य करने वाले, इसके साथ ही श्री व्यू जियांग, प्रेसिडेंट अल्केशिया, आपका भी हार्दिक स्वागत है। वास्तुकार तुषार सोगानी जी, आप अध्यक्ष हैं IIA राजस्थान। मेरे साथ जिनके साथ वर्षों से मैं काम कर रहा हूँ, ऐसे श्री सुधीर जी भाई साहब, सुनीता जी, दीपक जी, अजमेरा जो सिडोस के उपाध्यक्ष हैं। आप सभी का इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल होने के लिए हार्दिक अभिनंदन। सामने जिनके मार्गदर्शन में लघु उद्योग भारती आज एक विशाल बृहद संगठन बनने की ओर अग्रसर है, आदरणीय प्रकाश जी भाई साहब, नरेश जी भाई साहब, योगेश जी, नटवर लाल जी सहित मातृशक्ति भविष्य के इस स्टोन के कर्णधार ऐसे बच्चे जो आर्किटेक्चर का पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं और भविष्य के अंदर इस उद्योग को जन तक पहुंचाने का कार्य करेंगे, ऐसे सभी स्टूडेंट्स सहित सदन में उपस्थित सभी लोगों का मैं आज के इस जयपुर आर्किटेक्चर फेस्टिवल के अंदर हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत करता हूं। आज का ये जो कार्यक्रम है, ये जयपुर स्टोनमार्ट, जो कि लघु उद्योग भारती को पहली बार इसका आयोजन करने का अवसर मिला है, इसी तरह से आप लोगों का जो एक अवसर मिला है, इस स्टोन इंडस्ट्री को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए आर्किटेक्चर एक अहम भूमिका है। ऐसे में आप सभी लोगों ने अपना कीमती समय निकाल करके और भविष्य में इसको एक नई दिशा और देने के लिए जो कार्य करेंगे, उस सभी के लिए आपका सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत। अब मैं कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ा निवेदन करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद मिश्रा जी आपके स्वागत उद्बोधन के लिए। वी फर्दर रिक्वेस्ट श्री कोलू रविंद्र गारू जी, to Honorable Minister of Mines, Government of Andhra Pradesh, to kindly deliver his address. Can we have a huge round of applause for all our guests?
Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Arjun Ram Mughal ji, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, senior officers of the government, renowned architects, planners, designers, industry leaders from the stone and construction sector, esteemed delegates from India and abroad, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to address this distinguished gathering at the valedictory section of Jaipur Architecture Festival 2026. I am grateful to warm hospitality of the Government of Rajasthan and for the opportunity to participate in the platform that brings together architecture, material innovation, culture and industry in such a meaningful manner. Architecture is not merely about structures, it is an expression of civilization, culture, and collective aspiration from the historic forts and places of Rajasthan to the ancient temples and urban planning traditions of Andhra Pradesh. Architecture has always reflects how societies relate to nature, materials, and human life. Festivals like Jaipur Architecture Festival plays a vital role in sustaining this dialogue to connecting architecture, material and procedures, policymakers and technologists on the common platform. India is blessed with one of the richest varieties of natural stones in the world, from marble and sandstone to granite and slate stone, and has been central to India's architectural identity for centuries. Today, this traditional material is finding renowned relevance in contemporary architecture due to the durability, sustainability, thermal efficiency, and timeless aesthetic. The decisions and the exhibitions held alongside India Stonemart 2026 clearly demonstrate how natural stone continues to evolve the modern design, engineering, and technology. Andhra Pradesh has emerged one of India's leading state in the stone sector, particularly in granite and value-added stone products. Regions such as Prakasham, Chittoor, Anantapur districts, and Kadapa, well known for their highly quality granite resource and processing capabilities. We are known for iconic granites such as Black Galaxy, Black Granite, Srikakulam Blue, Moon White, Steel Grey, Pigeon Blue, among many others. These varieties are globally recognized for their quality, texture, and durability. Over the years, Andhra Pradesh has focused on modernization of stone processing units, promotions and exports, and value addition, skill development for workers and technicians, and encouraging the sustainable mining practices. Our stone products today find applications in infrastructure, urban development, commercial building, and iconic structural projects across India and overseas. Rajasthan's leadership in the stone sector is widely acknowledged. The scale, organization of vision reflected in Indian Stonemart 2026 over valuable lessons for all states. The integration of India Stonemart with Jaipur Architecture Festival is particularly commendable in ensuring that materials innovation is directly connected with architectural thinking, urban planning needs, and sustainability, thereby strengthening the entire value chain from quarries to construction. Therefore, I finally conclude, as we conclude this festival, I am confident that the ideas and the experiences shared here will shape future projects, policies, and partnership across the country. Let us continue to build with responsibility, creativity, and respect for our natural resources. Thanking you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking and kind words. Can we have a huge round of applause for sir? Now, before proceeding further, we would just like to take a moment to felicitate the curator of Jaipur Architecture Festival, architect Tushar Sogani. Sir, I request our chief guest to kindly felicitate our curator of Jaipur Architecture Festival. Can we have a huge round of applause? Because without him, this wouldn't have been possible. I would also like to call upon the coordinator of Jaipur Architecture Festival, architect Nishta Pandey and Juhi Kedia, for the felicitation, and request our chief guest to do the honors, please. Now we move forward to the much anticipated part of the evening for outstanding visual storytelling in social media video context showcasing the creative and sustainable use of natural stones. We would be announcing our winners. So for the certificate of appreciation, We would like to congratulate Dipanshu Kasera and Vishakha for making an amazing video on the Stonemart theme. Can we have a huge round of applause for them, and can we have you on the stage, please? They've won the Certificate of Appreciation for Outstanding Visual Storytelling in Social Media Video Context. May I please request our chief guest to do the honors, please? Next, our second prize winner of 7,000 rupees, we have a team of 5 students, Divyansh Jain, Sejal Borana, Milan Suthar, Kirti Agarwal and Bishnoi Virendra from MBM University, Department of Architecture and Town Planning, Jodhpur, as our winning entry. Can we have a huge round of applause for all our winners? Next, as our first prize winner, I would like to call upon stage Paridhi Mundra, Darshan Jangir, Shrishti Katoj, Navnika Joshi, Chetan Jangir, Mehul Mankad. All these students are the winners of our first prize entry for the Outstanding Visual Storytelling in the Social Media Video Contest. Congratulations to all our winners. They are from the MBM University, Department of Architecture and Town Planning, Jodhpur. I would also like to announce the much-awaited Installation Award announcement. Are you all ready? Can we have a louder response? Are you all ready? Okay, so our runner-up in the installation category is Purnima University. Can we have students from Purnima University please come up on the stage? Next, our award-winning entry, the winners of the installation competition. So we have joint winners, and the winners are Ayojan and Banastali. Congratulations to all our winners. Please be ready to come up on the stage. Can we please do the picture round quickly? You're from which college? I request the students to kindly clear the stage quickly, and we request students from Banastali to come on the stage first, and then Ayojan, please. I request you guys to quickly take up the stage as we have limited time and we want to do this quickly, and we don't want you to skip this photograph. Congratulations, Banastali and Ayojan. Thank you, Banastali. May I now request students from Ayojan to please take up the stage. Congratulations, Ayojan. Congratulations to all our winners. I can certainly feel so much of energy in the room. I now request the much awaited address. I request our chief guest to kindly address the gathering. I request all the students to kindly take their seats. I request everyone to please take their seats as we have the address of our chief guest. Please settle down and take your seats.
Stonemart 2026 और उसकी थीम स्टोन फॉर सस्टेनेबिलिटी और उसी के तहत आयोजित आज का कार्यक्रम जयपुर आर्किटेक्चर फेस्टिवल 2026। इस अवसर पर उपस्थित हमारे आंध्र प्रदेश सरकार के खान मंत्री श्री कोलू रविंद्र गारू जी, वेलकम सर, वेलकम इन जयपुर। Basically, he is from Andhra Pradesh and very near to Vijayawada. I think your district is Krishna. Krishna is a very good name, you know. Good. And one our friend Satya from BJP, he is also minister in the Andhra government, na? A health minister. He is the health minister. You are the mine or mining? Mine and exercise, okay. Both are the good portfolio you are having. तो मैं आपको दोबारा धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं और स्टोन मार्ट में हमारे चंद्रबाबू नायडू साहब की बड़ी रुचि रहती है, इसलिए हमारी तरफ से और इस प्रोग्राम की तरफ से भी उनको कम्युनिकेट कर दीजिएगा। बहुत बहुत बधाई, शुभकामनाएं आप यहाँ आए। चाइनीज रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हो जियांग, आपका भी वेलकम इन दिस प्रोग्राम। श्री तुषार शोकानी जी, हमारे श्री महेंद्र मिश्रा जी, श्रीमती सुनीता जी शर्मा, श्री सुधीर जी गर्ग, दीपक अजमेरा जी, हमारे नटवर जी अजमेरा जी हमारे संयोजक, नरेश जी पारिक, अंजू सिंह जी, मुकुल रस्तोगी जी, कई पुराने लोग, योगेश जी भी मिले, हमारे विमल जी कटियार, और सबको मिलाने का काम किया प्रकाश जी भाई साहब ने। तो आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है, अभिनंदन है। यही है कोऑर्डिनेटर, तो सबके मार्गदर्शक भी, सबको मिलाते भी हैं, सब्जेक्ट भी अच्छे अच्छे चुनते हैं। आज भी सब्जेक्ट अच्छा चुना आपने। मैं कल आने वाला था, लेकिन कल हमारी एक ऐसी मीटिंग हुई जिसको हम अवॉइड नहीं कर सकते थे, फिर भाई साहब से रिक्वेस्ट की तो उनका आप अगर 7 को आ सकें तो मैंने कहा 7 को तो मैं आ जाऊंगा। तो मैं आज आपके बीच में हूँ। मेरा इसमें आना इस मन में कई दिनों से बैठा हुआ था, जब भाई साहब, प्रकाश जी भाई साहब और नरेश जी पारिक मुझे मिले, तो जब ये शुरू हुआ था स्टोन मार्ट, तो यहाँ राजस्थान में उस समय उद्योग मंत्रालय का काम श्री हरिशंकर जी भाबड़ा देखते थे। वो ही वाज द डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर आल्सो ऑफ द स्टेट। तो उस समय मैं उनका ओएसडी था। तो ये स्टोन मार्ट की जब उन्होंने नींव रखी, और शायद रिको उसमें एसोसिएट होता था, पहली बार लघु उद्योग भारती को ये काम दिया। इसके लिए मैं भजनलाल जी शर्मा साहब का भी बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ और अभिनंदन करता हूँ। ये नवाचार है कि अलग अलग लोगों को काम देख करके देखना। अभी मैं जब आ रहा था तो हमारे साथ सोनी जी बैठे थे, हनुमानगढ़ के, यहाँ कहीं बैठे भी होंगे, बेंगलोर ज़्यादा रहते हैं सोनी जी। वो बता रहे थे कि स्टोन मार्ट में मैं लगातार आ रहा हूँ, लेकिन जो इस बार की व्यवस्थाएं स्टोन मार्ट में हैं वो काबिले तारीफ व्यवस्थाएं हुई है। इतने शानदार आयोजन के लिए आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं। देखिए, आर्किटेक्चर एक सिंपल सब्जेक्ट नहीं है। जब हमें दुनिया में कहीं कुछ देखने जाते हैं तो कई बार हम उसको देखते ही रहते हैं, चाहे वो बिल्डिंग हो, चाहे कोई टेम्पल हो, चाहे कोई चर्च हो, चाहे कोई मस्जिद हो, या चाहे कोई गुरुद्वारा हो, या किसी का बड़ा रेजिडेंस हो, तो कई बार हम देखते ही रहते हैं भाई ये इतना सुंदर। तो जो चीज वर्षों पहले बनी, आर्किटेक्चर भाव उसमें लगा, जो प्रसिद्ध आर्किटेक्ट जो भी रहा होगा उसमें उसने देखा कि कैसे आगे चल करके भी ये सस्टेनेबल रहेगा। तो जब उसने अपना पूरा शोध, अपना पूरा जीवन मूल्य, वहां की संस्कृति के अनुरूप अगर कोई चीज बनाई, तो आज भी हमें लगता है कि भी क्या बनाया है। जैसे मैं अभी इन दिनों तमिलनाडु का इलेक्शन की दृष्टि से को इंचार्ज हूं, हम महाबलीपुरम गए तो लगा भी भारतीय आर्किटेक्चर की क्या ताकत रही होगी। वो इसलिए मैंने जिक्र किया कि शायद चाइनीज प्रेसिडेंट और भारतीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने महाबलेश्वरम में ही कोई एक मीट की थी, तो उसका आर्किटेक्ट को देख करके, समुद्र के किनारे हैं वो, देख करके वो बहुत प्रभावित हुए थे। तो ये भारतीय आर्किटेक्चर अपने आप में महत्वपूर्ण है और दुनिया में भी आर्किटेक्चर का महत्व है। दुनिया के लोगों ने भी इसको बहुत अच्छी तरह से तराशा है और म्यूजियम में जब हम जाकर के देखते हैं तो पता चलता है कि ये आर्किटेक्ट था जिसने इस तरह की बिल्डिंग का, इस तरह की वास्तुकला का निर्माण करने की कोशिश की, जो आज भी अमर है। हम भारत में भी ऐसे बहुत से उदाहरण दे सकते हैं। स्टोन उसमें महत्वपूर्ण रोल अदा करता है। और मैं तो चूंकि बीकानेर संसदीय क्षेत्र से लोकसभा का सदस्य हूं, तो जब हम पार्लियामेंट को देखते हैं, पुरानी पार्लियामेंट को भी और नई पार्लियामेंट को भी देखते हैं, तो उसमें जो स्वरूप निखरा है वो स्टोन के कारण ही निखरा है। तो स्टोन का जीवन में महत्व होता है। और ऐसे बहुत से यहाँ ट्रेडर, एक्सपोर्टर, जो माइंस में काम करने वाले लोग, वो सब आए होंगे और एक प्लेटफॉर्म दिया लघु उद्योग भारती ने कि आप मिलकर के चर्चा करो किस तरह के स्टोन की बाजार में डिमांड है, क्वार्ट्ज कहाँ मिलेगा अच्छी क्वालिटी का, कौन से ऐसे हमारे यहाँ पत्थर है जिनकी देश में भी डिमांड है और विदेश में भी डिमांड है, और पर्यावरण की दृष्टि से भी हम उनका जब खनन करें तो कैसे करें। ऐसे सारे रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशन को ध्यान में रखते हुए मेरे ख्याल में ये 4 दिवसीय कार्यक्रम आपका रहा होगा, क्योंकि जहां तक मुझे जानकारी है 5 तारीख को शुरू हो गया था ना, 5 तारीख को शुरू हो गया था, 6 तारीख का भी कार्यक्रम आपका रहा, 7 का भी आज कार्यक्रम है, 8 का शायद आपका समापन है। इस 4 दिवसीय प्रोग्राम के लिए जिस तरह के अखबारों ने भी, मीडिया ने भी कवरेज दिया है, मैं मीडिया का भी बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करना चाहता हूं कि बहुत शानदार कवरेज है। मैं लगातार सोशल मीडिया पे भी देखता रहा हूं इसको, क्योंकि मेरा इससे जुड़ाव था। नरेश जी ने मुझे कहा आप आओगे कि नहीं आओगे, मैंने कहा आने की तो पूरी इच्छा है, बाकी परिस्थितियां क्या रहती है उस पर निर्भर करते हैं। तो आपकी मन की इच्छा जो बहुत इतना मजबूत मन से तरंगे फैलाई आपने भाई साहब ने, कि मैं आज एक झुंझुनू किसी प्रोग्राम में जाने वाला था, मैंने कहा नहीं जयपुर होके चलो, तो मैं आज आपके बीच में आया, आपने अवसर दिया। मैं पुनः जितने भी स्टूडेंट हैं, ये सब्जेक्ट बहुत शानदार सब्जेक्ट है जी, आपको इसके अंदर थोड़ा डीपली इसमें घुसना पड़ेगा कि कौन सी चीज आने वाले समय में लोगों को पसंद आएगी, क्योंकि इसमें फ्यूचर का भी एक असेसमेंट होता है, वो आपको करना होगा, तभी जाकर के वो चीज अमर होगी आपके जीवन में। जो आप आर्किटेक्ट देंगे, जो बनाने वाला बनाएगा, लेकिन आर्किटेक्ट उसका मेन जो है पिलर होता है। इसलिए जयपुर आर्किटेक्चर फेस्टिवल 2026 पे मुझे आने का अवसर दिया भाई साहब आपने। आपके सामने मैं रूबरू हुआ और थोड़ा इंतजार भी किया, मेरी फ्लाइट थोड़ी लेट हो गई थी, फिर भी कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया। मैं आंध्र प्रदेश से आने वाले मंत्री जी का भी बहुत बहुत बधाई और स्वागत करता हूं यहाँ पे कि आप आए, और हमारे इस प्रोग्राम के बारे में जब आप बताएंगे आंध्रा में, तो इसकी खुशबू आंध्रा में भी फैलेगी, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। बहुत बहुत आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Can we have a huge round of applause for our chief guest, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji. Next, as we conclude the ceremony, I would like to invite architect Tushar Sugani ji to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
आदरणीय मंत्री महोदय अर्जुन मेघवाल जी, आंध्रा से पधारे मंत्री महोदय कोल्लू रविंद्र गारू जी, चाइना से आर्किटेक्ट एसोसिएशन के अध्यक्ष वू यांग जी, और मंच पे सभी माननीय उपस्थित सज्जनों, सबसे पहले तो मैं थैंक करना चाहूँगा कि हमेशा पिछले 5 साल से 6 साल से हम जयपुर आर्किटेक्चर फेस्टिवल को क्यूरेट करते हैं, और लास्ट मोमेंट हमारे लिए एक सैड और बहुत ही नॉस्टैल्जिक सा होता है। मैं सबसे पहले मुकुल जी को धन्यवाद अदा करना चाहूँगा, मुकुल रस्तोगी जी, जिन्होंने हमेशा आपके सहयोग से ही हम इसको करते आए हैं, और अब की बार आपने हमें लघु भारतीय उद्योग से जोड़ा, उसके लिए भी आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हमें पूरी टीम के साथ काम करके बहुत अच्छा लगा। इनफैक्ट इस बार पहली बार हमने आर्केशिया के प्रेसिडेंट चाइना से आर्किटेक्ट वू जियांग को बुलाया है। हमारे साथ नेपाल से आर्किटेक्ट स्वरूप आए हैं, आर्किटेक्ट ईश्वर नेपाल से आए हैं, आर्किटेक्ट डिलुमनी श्रीलंका से आई है, आर्किटेक्ट रिबेका भूटान से आई है, और उसके बाद देश के प्रत्येक कोने से सारे स्पीकर्स यहाँ आके स्टोन पे एक बहुत गहन चिंतन किया हमने। और अगर आप मुझसे एक वर्ड में पूछेंगे कि इसका निष्कर्ष क्या निकला है, इस पूरे सेमिनार का, कॉन्फ्रेंस का निष्कर्ष ये निकला है, स्टोन इज लाइफ। और मैं थैंक यू देना चाहूँगा मैं लघु भारतीय उद्योग से जूही और निष्ठा का, जो दोनों आर्किटेक्ट्स हैं, जिन्होंने हमारे साथ मिलकर बहुत अच्छे से इस इवेंट को किया। एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच, एंड थैंक्स टू ऑल द स्टूडेंट्स फ्रॉम ऑल द कॉलेज। Thank you all our associated institutes like IIID, ISOLA and Wiki, who has made this festival a great success, and look forward to have a very strong and vibrant edition 7. Look forward to see you all. Thank you.
Can we have the Rashtragan, please? See you all next year. Thank you.
Congratulations, my dear Juhi. एक फोटो ले लो।